It is not from Joy News. In another instance, the post is by an individual who describes himself as Paisano. But again, the page is labeled as advertising and marketing with a number that is reported to originate from the...
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Good morning and welcome to Newsfile. This is your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. This morning we are here to cut straight to the bone of 4 distinct crises that expose a deeper systemic rot. The dangerous line where public governance meets public gaslighting. What am I talking about? Look at the aggressive push for digital IDs to access adult content. I mean your ID cards to access adult content. On paper, it's a noble shield to protect children. But scratch the surface, and the critics say it is a digital panopticon, demanding your passport at the bedroom door. Yeah. Is this a common sense boundary or a puritanical overreach forcing citizens to trade their absolute rights to privacy for state-monitored morality? Turn that critical lens onto our legislative halls and the chaotic journey of Ghana's anti-LGBTQ bill. When a law is passed, said to be riddled with blatant constitutional landmines, we must ask, was it botched by accident or designed to fail? Is it an earnest cultural defense or a cynical masterclass in political cowardice? A calculated trap meant to appease local voters while ensuring the courts do the dirty work of killing it so international cash keeps flowing. This refusal to take responsibility has lethal consequences on our streets. Every June, Accra drowns us and communities. A lot of things go into flames and a lot of damage happens. Over a decade since the June 3 disaster, 150 officially died. Our leaders still look at choke drains and corrupt zoning permits and call them acts of God. We want to be clear about this, that they need to stop blaming God for the blood on the hands of the states. This is not a divine curse. It is a systemic murder by negligence. And where do we turn when political institutions fail? Of course, to the courts. Yet the Supreme Court's recent dismissal of the security chief's suits brought by Imani and Kwesi leaves them wondering whether the judiciary is a shield for the citizen or a fortress for the establishment. By ruling that the president retains absolute power to hire and fire security heads, did the court courageously protect the literal text of the Constitution, or that was a retreat into legal formalism, leaving institutional independence hanging from a partisan noose? So as you can see, 4 crises, 1 fundamental question. Are we being governed by principled protection or ruled by a calculated survivalist establishment? Join me and let's unmask that. But before we get into those issues, we will go to South Africa. Ghana is showing the world that we are a proud nation and we protect our own. But at what cost? We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, a strong, a tough.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees. Our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit waylead.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Airport.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat, undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson,
Me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kalika, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, that's you. Improve car. Yeah. Captain was key to double the action.
Me didn't sasso spray. Mr. Femi sasso quell. Yeah, go to my sasso.
Sasso, come tum preko.
Welcome back. This is Newsfile, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. And as advertised, our very first segment is an exclusive with the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa. He has had the onerous responsibility of ensuring the Ghanaians who are stranded and who are getting harmed in South Africa are lifted from harm's way. And at least the near 300 who have returned so far have been full of praises. But when is that process going to end? We understand today another group is heading this way. How is it looking like? Minister, good morning. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation.
Samson, always an honor to be here.
Thank you. It must be a difficult time for you in that very important ministry.
It has been, but let me convey warm regards to all the distinguished viewers and listeners of Newsfile. I would like to, at the very outset, commend Ghanaians for the incredible solidarity that Ghanaians have demonstrated since the outbreak of the xenophobic attacks in South Africa, and our compatriot, Mr. Asamoah, being confronted, harassed, dehumanized, and our decision to immediately bring him back home. There has been such unanimity, such nationalism. All Ghanaians have rallied behind our fellow citizens in South Africa and government's actions. And I want to use this opportunity to salute Ghanaians and to really praise our nationals for demonstrating that we can come together when it matters most. And I think that other nations are seeing that when it comes to Ghanaian solidarity, when it comes to Ghanaians united to protect our own, defend the flag, and ensure that Ghanaians are not harmed you cannot mess with Ghanaians, and that we are next to nobody, really, when it comes to national solidarity, when it comes to national pride, when it comes to looking out for our own. And previously, it had been thought that it was probably only during international football tournaments that we forget our differences and rally behind the flag. But we have demonstrated during this episode that there are times that we really know what matters beyond all the artificial differences, and we come together.
You hear Ghanaians from across the globe expressing their joy and pride in what Ghana took. It does look like we're the first to take this kind of action, to protect our citizens.
Yes. You see, this has been recurring, and probably since 2008, we've had on a consistent basis. But this is the first time that an African government is standing up. And if you look at the actions we took right from the beginning of this latest wave of xenophobic attacks, we condemned the action. We summoned the acting high commissioner here and made clear that we would not tolerate this.
That's right.
We whisked our compatriot from harm's way, Mr. Samoa, who is here doing well, and I have to commend Mr. Ibrahim Mahama for receiving him when we evacuated him and offering him a nice job. He's now an entrepreneur.
Great.
Dealing in Jata Cement, and he's doing very well. We are in touch. And then we escalated to the African Union. Petitioned the African Union that in the media coordinating meeting, which is coming up on the 24th of this month, we want this included in the agenda because it had not been included in the agenda. And we want to discuss this because, you see, this matter is at the core of what the African Union stands for. And really, when you look back, May 25th, 1963, the vision that the Osagifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah espoused, he was expecting that by now we'll have a borderless Africa. We'll have a common market. We'll have a single currency. We'll have one central bank. We'll have one standby force, so that these artificial boundaries which were haphazardly drawn by Otto von Bismarck and his friends at the Berlin Conference, we will pull down all of these artificial barriers and come together. Because really, if you look at it, there is no region of this world, no country that has developed without the free movement of people, of ideas, of goods, of services. The powerful nations of this world pride themselves in being a melting pot. They embrace everybody. Apart from the fact that, you have massive market, you are able to bring the best, attract the best from all over the world. So it is really a shame that after all these decades of the African unity dream, we will have, an African country target Africans. There are other migrants, but they don't bother about those migrants of a different skin color. They are exhibiting hatred, sheer hatred for fellow Africans. It goes against everything that the African Union stands for. And that is why we petition the African Union. We want to have a very honest, non-acrimonious discussion. We are not on a warpath, but we are saying that let us pause and reflect on why...
Those discussions at such a highest level, what would they result in? Would there be resolutions? Will there be some sort of sanctions at that continental level?
So in our petition, we are demanding first a discussion of the matter. The South African government should explain to us why this keeps recurring and they don't seem to have
a handle,
political will to deal with this decisively. Nobody is sanctioned. People are on camera, threatening violence, beating people up, using cudgels, sticks, all kinds of, weapons, chasing people out of their shops.
255 incidents since 2022.
Yes. And as we speak.
And as many as 57 people have died so far.
This latest wave, you've seen the Mozambican government has issued a statement.
Right.
They've lost 5 of their citizens. Nigeria says they've lost 2 of their nationals. Malawi, So this cannot continue. So we're demanding a discussion of it, assurances from the South African government that they will get a handle, get a grip of the situation. Then we also want the AU to set up a fact-finding mission.
Okay.
To go there and try to offer some technical...
You are using the diplomatic channels and the regional continental bloc, but the countries you have just mentioned, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, they have already taken retaliatory, actions.
We do not want to be caught up in a situation where you are seen doing what you are complaining against. We want to take the high moral ground. Let's remember that this whole Africa unity agenda was espoused by the foremost Pan-Africanist, anti-apartheid legend, the founder of our country, the Osajefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. So the entire continent looks up to Ghana for leadership. So we cannot be seen doing what we are complaining against, what we are criticizing. So I'll continue to urge fellow nationals that let us take the high moral ground. Let us not retaliate. I know it's very painful, but you see, that is the strength of our character. And that is what shows that we are special. We are not like the others. I mean, we have the numbers. I have here a copy of the Flight and Traveler Report from the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. In 2025, South Africans who travel from South Africa to Ghana, they speak as though, they don't come to Ghana, they don't travel. There are 11,981 South Africans who traveled to Ghana.
Just last year?
Just last year. This year promises to even be higher. Between 1st January 2026 and 5th June this year, we have 10,282 South Africans who have visited Ghana, mostly as tourists.
Okay.
And we are saying that we will continue to demonstrate that we are the true Pan-Africanists. We believe in African integration. We will not take it out on any African. We are not going to be retaliatory. We welcome them. They should keep coming.
At the core, though,
that is why on the 25th of May this year, President Mahama launched our free visa for Africans program when we launched the e-visa initiative, which we have been commended. The African Union issued a statement only this week commending Ghana for demonstrating once again that we are the true Pan-Africanists. We believe in African integration. So they should keep coming to Ghana. We welcome them. I'm happy that the numbers are going up, even as they target Ghanaians and other Africans.
But I was suggesting to you that the core, though, is that they are law-abiding. They come as tourists and they leave. We go as tourists and we stay. And that's the problem.
That is one of the misinformation and propaganda out there, which we have challenged. You recall that when we were evacuating the first 300, there was an officer who said that just about 10%
were documented.
We have challenged them up until this day to submit evidence to the effect, because that is something we checked at the High Commission. I instructed that we should check to know the immigration status. And they're over more than 80%. Even the few who had immigration issues, they had put in a request. The initial residence permit request had been approved and they were waiting for renewals. So you see a conscious effort. And Ghanaians, we know, Ghanaians are generally law-abiding. Ghanaians don't like to, foment trouble. You know that as part of this evacuation process, the authorities in South Africa demanded that they will have their crime organizations positioned at the High Commission, so that whilst we are screening, checking the immigration status and all that, they will also be checking their crime database because they have some wanted.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Would you believe that so far, not a single Ghanaian has been of interest to them?
So they claim that it is this African, foreign nationals who are committing crimes.
Who are criminals and who are contributing to the high crime rate in South Africa. It's not supported.
Right. Thabo Mbeki actually confirms that. That is not true.
It is not true. You see, to the contrary, a lot of Ghanaians have been at the mercy of these criminals. I even have a constituent, young 23-year-old, killed. The police are still investigating the matter in South Africa.
I spoke to one of the returnees last week.
A mobile phone.
Right.
He was killed because of his mobile phone.
I spoke to one of the returnees. She spoke about her ordeal as well.
Yes.
We've heard others also narrate their ordeal at the hands of criminals in South Africa.
So let's come together and deal with the rise in crime, but to engage in this unfounded and baseless profiling of foreigners, particularly Ghanaians, as those responsible, when we are still waiting for the evidence. So I am glad that Ghana really, on this matter, we have set the pace, and the strategies we adopted have now been adopted by other countries.
We'll talk about those who are still coming in and those who are arriving today. Of course, like you said, Nigeria too says it's going to bring its citizens who want to be repatriated back. But their businesses are suffering. Some of them have lost their businesses. We spoke to one of them last week. She said she couldn't take anything from her shop. And so even though she's come, she's been giving money. Her son was also giving equal amount. We didn't know that was what was actually going on, that if you have dependents, you get almost the same amount.
The same.
Right. What's going to happen? Is there, a plan to ensure that they are not deprived of what they have worked to accumulate in South Africa that they have been forced to abandon?
Yes, there is a plan. Indeed, President Mahama has asked that we should compile a comprehensive database of all assets our nationals have left behind, the businesses, the shops, some own schools, some have very, impressive investments because some have been there for more than 2 decades, more than 3 decades. You saw some of them very senior citizens,
right,
who have lived all their lives invested in South Africa. So we are putting the data together. And it will be one of the cases that will be made at the African Union. We are also considering our legal options and do not rule out formal legal action in competent international courts on this matter. So the South African government, we have made clear that they should not think that the matter ends with we evacuating our nationals. There has to be accountability and there has to be a price to pay.
But a legal action will be after they have declined to want to take responsibility and to make the necessary compensations. Have they already been told that this is at stake? They have to make payments.
Yes, we have told them, and we have said that we expect that they will take responsibility and compensate our nationals. So far, the only movement we have seen on their part is with the Ghanaians who were hospitalized. They have approached us formally that they are willing to take care of the medical bills.
Okay.
I'm yet to have a discussion with the president on that, whether the president will be willing to accept that.
You're talking about those who were assaulted?
Yes, those who were assaulted and vandalized. Whose life, as you know, are at stake in ICUs. We are taking care of the bills for now, but this is a very latest request that they have made, that they want to compensate. But we've asked that they hold on, so we have discussions.
Do you have many people in such situation?
Yes, in terms of the attacks, there are at least 15 serious cases. 15 very serious cases. As we speak, there is a lady who we have not been able to evacuate because doctors have advised that she's too fragile, the situation is too precarious to be flown out. So we have those serious cases. So there is some willingness to compensate when it comes to the harm caused to life and the personal injuries that have been occasioned by their conduct. But in terms of the businesses, the assets they have left behind, there has been no response yet. But we have said that it is important to ensure that Ghanaians who have left businesses behind are compensated, and that these hoodlums know that, you see, you can't get away. You know, it's important. I mean, how do you, a shop that you do, and there was this mayor, and that's who went round collecting keys, and then he turns to South Africa and say that, do you want this shop? Do you want this business? I can give you the key. You can take over. I mean, is that
jungle? Sorry, excuse me. A complete jungle life. So those who have come in now, there are those who are also coming in today. Another batch is supposed to be taking off or arriving.
So they're about taking off in an hour. As at a few minutes ago when I checked, about 125 have boarded.
All right.
And they will take off in the next hour. We expect them to arrive in Ghana 4:30 p.m. Local time. I'll be there with colleagues and government to receive them. And then we will receive the final batch tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We intend to conclude the evacuations this weekend. We are expecting a total of almost 700, so 342 arriving today and a similar number tomorrow. So when this is concluded, by close of day tomorrow, we will have evacuated about 1,000 Ghanaians.
The initial numbers we're told were some 800.
Yes, you know, it started even from 200, went up to 300. A lot of Ghanaians kept coming forward and writing their names, indicating that, look, things are getting out of hand, they want to leave. There were those who initially thought that they could brave it and just, you know, manage, go into hiding, not because the travel advisory we issued initially was that don't operate your businesses, stay home. A lot of them are teachers, don't go to school, just, you know, avoid.
We thought rather that things were quieting down,
started targeting them.
And therefore, you know, a good number may rather want to reconsider leaving South Africa. That's not the case?
That's not the case. That's not the case. You know that they have set this June 20 deadline.
Yes.
Even though the Chief Justice of South Africa issued a statement this week that it is not lawful and that they should...
Oh, that statement is actually authentic from the Chief Justice?
Yes, we have checked from official sources.
All right.
It's authentic. The Foreign Ministry of South Africa has confirmed that. And you know that this week, President Ramaphosa has also appointed special envoys that he tasked them to go around African countries to engage us and explain to us what they are doing to calm the situation. But they remain adamant. You saw what happened to the Mozambicans only a few days ago. 5 of them were killed, you know, brutally. Then the Malawians have also had to issue a statement. The Nigerians too have said, look, we've had enough now. Initially, they wanted, you know, Nigerians who felt unsafe to come on their own. But now they are all saying that they have to adopt the Ghana example. And they are about evacuating 1,000 of their national.
Because you were first to take this step in evacuating, it looks as if in South Africa the blame is that you were too much in a hurry, and that if you had taken your time and engaged diplomatically, they could have controlled the situation a bit. And so we are sort of taking some blame that we are the reason South Africa is getting a bad name by our action, which other Africans are now also adopting.
They have to blame themselves. They should not have started this wave of xenophobia attacks in the first place. The whole philosophy that blame others for your woes, for your unemployment, for lack of opportunities is totally misplaced. So they have themselves to blame. Now, the Ghanaian action was very measured. I mean, there are those who have even called for the nuclear option, that there are lots of South African businesses here.
That's right.
When they started, my first public statement on this matter, I urged calm that there should be no reprisal or retaliatory action, that let us demonstrate that we are true Pan-Africanists, we believe in African integration. Let us not go after South Africans here or South African businesses here. You know, so we have been very measured, we've been very diplomatic. But what we will not do, you see, when you touch one Ghanaian, you touch all of us. We want to demonstrate, you know, that Ghanaian lives matter, that we value the life of every Ghanaian everywhere in the world. That's our new foreign policy approach. That's why we have consular departments. That is why we have all of these diplomatic missions across the world, 72 of them. It is to be on the lookout, you know, for Ghanaians, to safeguard their interests, protect their welfare, and to make sure that at all times Ghanaians are safe. So we are not going to shirk our responsibility. I think that a lot of those criticisms came from people who were embarrassed, you know. I mean, so you want us to wait so that our nationals are killed? Because when we started acting and evacuating our people, we hadn't seen deaths. All the deaths we have seen now occurred after our first evacuation. The Mozambicans who have been killed, the Nigerians who have been killed, the Malawians. So are they saying they wanted us to wait for our nationals to be killed before we take action? That's not Ghana. That is not President Mohammed's approach to leadership. We must always be on top of the ball. But ahead.
Their argument is that these are some
precautionary measures.
These are rogue elements within society, and it is not a state action.
Ghana tends to disagree with that. When you consider the fact that mayors, elected public officials, are leading the charge in some districts, and we are told that local elections are looming, are imminent. And so because these elections are imminent, they are fanning these right-wing populist sentiments so that once they blame others, then the politicians can get away with it. So populists are taking advantage of that. So to the extent that you are seeing mayors, you are seeing some government officials, you know, appearing to defend this, and then we also are not seeing, you know, a committed effort to clamp down. I mean, look, if this round of xenophobic attacks had been met with the full force of the state, we saw a full deployment, and we even saw some arrests. I mean, you are seeing all those who have masterminded this, who have attacked people, who have looted shops, who have taken over other people's businesses, continuously holding press conferences, taunting others, and even trying to dictate to other nationals, other sovereigns, what they should do. I mean, they want to dictate to us how we react, that we are overreacting. Some say we should have waited a bit, you know, and they are holding press conferences. They are free men and women,
right.
You know. So we are also not convinced that, and you see, we cherish the cordial relations with South Africa, and it's a shame. You see, I work at a ministry where every day I'm reminded of our solidarity to the South Africans and to all those who were faced with colonialism, imperialism, and apartheid. Because where the foreign ministry is where we had the International Students Hostel. Ghana dedicated hostel facilities for students of these countries that were not free, that had not attained freedom, to come and be protected, to have their education at our cost, at Ghanaian taxpayer expense.
Right.
Scholarships were offered, stipends were offered, jobs were offered them. We even assisted them with resources to go back and fight the apartheid regime.
That's right.
We issued passports, including diplomatic passports to them, because remember that the ANC had been declared a terrorist organization.
When you go to Robben Island, they tell you that story.
Yes.
You know,
a terrorist organization. So they had to take on different identities, aliases, We gave them our passports to fight the apartheid regime. We gave them our resources. Apart from all the scholarships, the free housing, the stipends, the passports, we also gave them money. All the way from the Nkrumah regime all the way to the President Rawlings era, millions upon millions of dollars. And Nelson Mandela is very kind and truthful to document all of this in his own memoir, Long Walk to Freedom. It's all documented. He was using, at some point, he used an Ethiopian passport. Another time, he used a Senegalese diplomatic passport. Took up a different alias, David Mochoya. Was his name to beat the international immigration system. So it is really unfortunate that after Ghana led the charge, the first country to attain independence, to demonstrate that it is possible we can defeat colonialism. So we treated this way.
As we see, and as I mentioned at the very start, Ghanaians all over the globe, you see a certain pride, and you hear the commentaries that they feel they are cherished by their country. And we have seen that you have taken similar steps elsewhere where Ghanaians have been in difficulty. But the question people are asking is, what is happening now, at what cost? And I heard somebody suggest that we're here, we're building the country, we didn't leave this country. And some who left the country, for them, that's not loyalty. And they get into trouble, we're bringing them back and we're seeking to resettle them and we're making them all the promises. Meanwhile, there are those of us who stayed back who also need jobs. That's unfair.
So let me begin with why we feel so strongly about protecting Ghanaians everywhere in the world. Often we talk about the need to ensure that Ghanaians are patriotic, that Ghanaians sacrifice, work harder towards the total emancipation and economic liberation of our country. We want to be a transformed, advanced society where no child goes to bed hungry, where we resolve issues with, flooding, unemployment, and all of these everyday challenges that we have been. That if we can all be patriotic. Now, how do you get your nationals to be patriotic? If your nationals don't get the sense that in their most vulnerable moments, they are governments, the government they pay taxes to, government they elect officials to serve them, because we are not here for ourselves, to work for ourselves, we are here to serve the people. In their most vulnerable moments, when they are under attack, if their governments cannot stand up for them, then you don't expect that they will be patriotic. The reason why elsewhere people are so patriotic, people will go all out to defend their country and to even think about what they will do for their country, not what their country will do for them, is because they know that it is worth dying for their countries and that their countries will always be there for them and stand up for them. So we are going to continue on this path, and if you have observed, this is not the only time. So it's important so that the South Africans don't think we are picking on them just because it's South Africa. You recall that when Israel deported Ghanaians without basis, we retaliated. We stood up to the Israeli government and said we will not accept that, and that in international relations, reciprocity is allowed. A certain tit for tat is permitted once it's measurable and is, very aligned with what you are receiving. So they deported 3 Ghanaians. We also deported 3 Israelis. And then it stopped. And we smoked the peace pipe. There were apologies. And we said, look, yes, let's renew our fantastic relations, which we have. And we are respecting each other since. There was a young student, you recall, who was killed in Latvia. I mean, they thought that this was just one black life that could go unnoticed. We have escalated all the way to the level of the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister. There's a national inquiry now underway, and they report to us monthly. And we've engaged the family. They have sent lawyers. Our ambassador in Germany is constantly on the matter. And we've made clear that the government of Ghana would not allow the killing of Naneje, the young man, to go unnoticed and without any sanctions, so that the perpetrators are brought to book. Then you recall the matter of the Ghanaians who were lured to fight on the Russian side.
That's right.
And were captured by Ukrainians. We went all the way to the Ukrainian government that even though we didn't send them, they are nationals. Imagine that that's your son.
Yeah.
You know, you would not say that, your son has played truant, has been, has been.
So that's consistency.
You know, and
that's consistency.
All the way, President Zelensky has indicated that he would favorably consider the request of the government of Ghana. So the South Africans must know that this is not targeted at them. So once you touch a Ghanaian, you touch all of us.
Great.
And the Ghanaian government will stand up.
That's the American feeling, and this is the consistency that people are applauding. But financially, do we have a sense, this unplanned, help, rescue, how much it's costing us?
Yes, that is a legitimate question, and the processes are still underway. We are still evacuating. We are not done. So you put out any figure now, it will change. So we have said that at the end of this exercise, we will fully account. We will submit everything to Parliament. And, I am a stickler for transparency and accountability. I believe that in these matters, it is most unconscionable to want to allow anybody to take advantage of people's pain and suffering and the entire solidarity of the country. So there will be full accountability. Nobody's running away or shying away from accountability. Let's conclude the exercise. But for those who are also wondering where the resources are coming from, every year's budget, there's always a contingency allocation for emergencies. And so that's what the finance minister, on the instruction of the president, is utilizing for this exercise. But there will be full accountability, and there will be nothing to hide at all when it comes to the financial component of this whole arrangement. But let's be honest to admit that, what this is doing for our image. There's no amount of money can buy this.
That's right.
Everybody is saying that, look, now we know that Ghanaians are special, they take care of their own, they will go the full length of this world to protect their nationals. So you just better don't mess with them. And I think that it helps. So it gives all of us that insurance and that confidence. In a world where there's a deep racism, structural racism, discrimination against black people, and just because of the skin of your color, people think that they can take advantage of you, they can violate your rights and get away with it. So it's important. And I tell friends that, you see, we cannot be the country that is fighting for justice for ancestors. We led the landmark UN resolution that declared the transatlantic enslavement as the gravest crime against humanity. And then those who are alive, we are fighting for justice for the dead. We are saying that they should not be forgotten, that we should restore their dignity and their humanity. And then those who are alive, our own nationals alive today.
Before we wrap up, where are we with this? Where are we with this? It's a project that we have seen that you are behind the president. You're sort of his legs around the place over it.
Absolutely. And the president is the African Union champion on reparatory justice. And so we all have to feel proud as Ghanaians that we led the international community, all people of African descent, and secured this landmark victory. The UN resolution, resolution A/RAS/A0/250, is a landmark one that will forever and ever be etched in history, which has declared the transatlantic enslavement as the gravest crime against humanity. And for those who thought that this was just a mere academic exercise and that there will be really nothing out of it, I'm sure are revising their notes. If you look at what has happened immediately after the adoption of the resolution, France in particular, you've had President Macron own up, he's done some soul searching. They have repealed all their slave laws, which were remnants of the King Louis XIV law which made Africans movable property and said that whites had the right to mutilate. If you are keeping a stubborn African in your family, you can cut off the ear, cut off the hand, and it's not a crime. Now, after our resolution, we've seen that has been repealed. We've also seen that France has announced the establishment of a commission to go into a certain scientific and intellectual exercise to identify all the wrongs that were committed, the artifacts that were looted, and to return them. And so the Next Steps conference, which we are hosting, President Mahama is convening that conference from the 17th to the 19th of June this month. France is going to participate. You are also seeing that Germany has notified us formally that they have also identified artifacts that they are willing to return following the passage of the resolution. The Dutch government has also notified us. They've presented a catalogue of artifacts that they looted, and they are willing to return them. They'll be returning them during the conference. We've seen the Pope, and God bless the Pope.
Yes,
the Pope has done, a very great job, exemplary leadership by apologizing for the role of the Catholic Church. Those who have studied our resolution, you notice that we made reference to the papal bulls, which gave some Christian justification, some theological doctrines that allowed for Christians to engage in the transatlantic enslavement. So the Catholic Church has now apologized. We've seen apologies from the Church of Scotland and the Church of England. So there's a certain momentum which we are maintaining. So President Mahama will convene that conference later this month. And what we are seeking to do is to now have a common position. There's some fragmentation. The Caribbeans have the CARICOM 10-point plan.
That's right.
The African Americans have this bill they've been trying to push through Congress unsuccessfully. And then the African Union is developing its own strategy. We now want to come together and have a common position, a common blueprint, one strategy that will have collective ownership. That's what the conference seeks to achieve. Remember, we've built in accountability mechanisms in the resolution. So the next UN Secretary General will have to account to the UN next year at the 82nd session. And so all of this work we are doing is to help into that report to ensure that there is clear progress being made, it is measurable, and that our ancestors finally get, the restoration of their dignity, their humanity. All these artifacts that are in the wrong hands are returned. The full matter of reparatory justice, which has not been addressed. Because remember that in world history, the Jews have received their reparatory justice. The Japanese have. It's only the African people who have never received reparatory justice. And we cannot have an international community that discriminates so badly, where atrocities, the most enduring atrocities, over 300 years of dehumanizing people, putting them in shackles, in chains, in dungeons, treating them as property, stripping them naked, and having
using
the right
them for all sorts of things,
mutilate them,
right?
And then you say that they don't deserve justice. We cannot.
You said this convening by our president is happening when and where?
So it's happening in Accra.
Great.
From the 17th is for the technical experts who are convening at the Foreign Ministry. Then on the 18th, we'll have the summit where heads of states, leaders of government delegations, ministers from across the world will be attending. And so far, we have very good confirmations of heads of states.
You are excited about this, and I hear you speak to international media because this sounds like a continuation of what the Osagifo began, which places us where you say we belong, and so we should not appear to do to South Africa what they are doing to us.
Yes.
But this must also be an expensive enterprise.
Yes, but fortunately, because the president is the African Union champion, on reparations. The African Union has been quite supportive of some of the financial outlays. Then there's tremendous interest in this by corporate Ghana and the international community. So we are receiving funding from UNESCO, from UNDP, and from other organizations. And so it's been, and it will interest you to know that if you look at our 2025 budget as a ministry, you won't see any line item. There was no massive allocation for this. And yet we've managed to do this. I think that once you have a great cause and all people of good conscience are behind you as business owners and as people who want to, because there's so many people who are even attending this conference say that, look, we will pay. All we need is an invitation. And for example, the son of the great Marcus Garvey, Dr. Garvey, reached out and said, look, if this will be, it's almost 100 years, he said that if this will be my last commitment to the Pan-African movement, I will. So I'm coming, don't worry about how I get there, and you've seen a lot of that. So it's not coming at too much of a
But more importantly, you project that we should look at the value.
The value.
The lasting value.
The lasting value. The enduring.
Almost eternal.
Yes, it's eternal. And look, if you go to the Caribbeans, if you go to the United States of America, particularly those who are the direct descendants, how they hold Ghana in high esteem now. Some of them have been wishing for this day all their life.
We must keep that aloft. We shouldn't lower the bar.
Died, yes. So we should feel very proud about what we are leading, the international community to achieve.
Okay.
And we should all be proud.
Maybe your final words I'll be asking of you is, and for our viewers who are now tuning in, those of you who are still not waking up yet to the extension that we have had for this program and are now beginning to tune in, because this is the time for Newsfile. This is the Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa interacting with us, explaining how he's working to ensure that Ghanaians who are stranded in South Africa, who are under assault in South Africa, are brought back to the country. The next batch is arriving, hopefully maybe tonight or so. They are leaving South Africa today. There was an announcement for them to gather there yesterday at the High Commission and to go through the necessary procedures. As we understand, the initial number that was expected was 800, but now it's 1,000 plus. And so if you are just joining us, we want him to assure you that because his ministry is beyond a mere minister, he's the most out-facing, person between Ghana and the world for us, to assure you that he's running this aspect of the business the way you deserve. So tell us, there are some who say you're running a lot of things on media, on social media. You like to show everything, but this is diplomacy. A lot of things have to be secret, and so on and so forth. Are you representing us right?
Absolutely. In modern diplomacy, people are probably used to the era of diplomacy without strong media, social media, new media, and all of that. And if you've observed, modern diplomacy has changed, and every country is taking full advantage of these tools. It helps to bring sunshine, to bring transparency, to carry your citizens along.
Your favorite expression.
Yes. You see, because
sunshine is the best disinfectant.
Is the best disinfectant. And you see, you cannot, for example, be carrying out evacuations. And these are evacuations that you want every Ghanaian in distress to take advantage of. You are not secretly calling your party members. You are not asking for who has a party card. It has to be done openly, transparently. Use new media. Let everybody, and when I went to South Africa, I said that, look, we are going to make sure this process is so transparent. We will not leave it to only the diplomats, that we are setting up a committee. Bring all the Ghanaian community leaders to be part of this. Use WhatsApp, use TikTok, use Facebook, use Instagram. Wherever Ghanaians are hiding in distress. And you see, what happens is that a lot of Ghanaians travel and they don't even let the embassies know that they are in the jurisdiction. It is only when there's crisis. So often we don't even know really how many Ghanaians are living within a particular jurisdiction. We only have estimates. So there's nothing wrong in using the media and being transparent about this, so that nobody would then accuse you in the final analysis with an accusation that I didn't hear about this. I'm also a Ghanaian. You only came and called your cronies, your party members. Because remember that the leading parties have branches all over the world, very actively. You know, their executives and all of that. We have some of our leading members today, even ministers of state, who used to be executives, like my good friend, the Honorable Kwame Agboja. He was an executive in the UK and Ireland chapter. The Honorable Ale Segbefia was also the leader, the president of the NDC, UK and Ireland. You know, so when you have all these strong party groups in these countries, and you are not transparent, you are not open, you don't allow everybody to participate, then people begin to wonder, do you have something to hide? Are you selective? Are you allowing only your card-bearing party members, you know, to take advantage of a national exercise? So I think that people should wake up to, you know, the principles. It's about transparency. It's about carrying everybody along. And it is about ensuring that you are not leaving the people behind. You are counting, you know, in a timely manner. Now, there are many other issues that are confidential, that Chatham House rules will apply. Once that is clear, we don't talk about it. I mean, for example, I know there's going to be a matter that you are interested in. It's going to break next week. It's a big matter. But we have all agreed with our international partners that we will not talk about it until it happens next week, you know, and that's all I'll say about it. You know, so there are so many matters that once it requires a certain confidentiality, we will keep it confidential. So I think that people should appreciate that modern diplomacy has changed. You want to carry nations along. You want to carry your own citizens along. You want them to understand, you know, the principles behind what you are doing. And really, I do not appreciate the point that those who say that you are now having, and I think that, you see, if you listen to a lot of Ghanaians, they are beginning even now to appreciate the foreign ministry. I have received a lot of messages, letters from Ghanaians who said, oh, we even thought that the foreign ministry could be scrapped, that we didn't see, you know, its and those who are reaching out also through social media about how their passports systems have become a lot better for them, and so on and so forth. Why should passport administration be so cumbersome, shrouded in secrecy? Now, for the first time, all 16 regions have passport application centers. And there is an edict. I know if we open that chapter, we'll go to the next hour. A maximum of 2 weeks when you apply for your ordinary passport, it must be delivered to you. We are doing courier services. So the thing about the cool thing about it is the delivery to people's doorsteps. I mean, we stress people too much in this country. You shouldn't. I mean, you want public goods, and we are there to serve you. That's why you vote. So you have been listening and watching. But if you allow me 30 seconds very quickly. Some Ghanaian companies have been phenomenal, and I want to really use this opportunity to commend them. You know, this evacuation, we want to also resettle, even though we give them some money to, at least, as we say in Ghana, put body and soul together. That's right. They would need to be engaged. They've lost everything. They've lost their jobs, lost their businesses. So we started a campaign asking Ghanaian entrepreneurs and CEOs who have job vacancies to reach out. Our head of delivery unit, Ambassador Grantin Trakwa, is leading that exercise. And so far, the response has been very good. Engineers and planners, Mr. Ibrahim Mahama, has offered 100 jobs already. 100 jobs? 100 jobs, yes. And that's very good. Belnard Health and Beauty Clinic, they've also offered about 20 jobs. Jiwa Group of Companies, Wager, GB Health Solutions, Goldie's Beauty Bar, Tea Bar, He Indeed Operations. We also have Transact Shield, Africa Limited, Aura Calon, Foodland and Travels Agency, Airtel Tigo, they are also offering jobs. And I have to commend Airtel and Telecel. They have been offering free data and chips for the arrival of our evacuees, DMD Catering, Miami's Grab. So I want to encourage other CEOs that the program continues, and we invite as many of them that want to offer jobs, because this is a really...
It's exciting to know.
Yes, very exciting.
It's exciting to know.
It tells you that, Ghanaians are very compassionate.
Thank you so very much. And we understand why you'll be very low and on local politics. Thank you very much for making time to join us. Samuel Okudzeto Blakwa is the Foreign Affairs Minister, and he has been spending time with us in our very first 45 minutes. John Intim-Fojo, Reverend, joins us for a brief discussion on the anti-LGBTQ legislation, and my team of guests swarm the studio as we take you through the matters that we have tabled for discussion. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. We'll be right back.
For the past 15 years, St. Thomas Eye Hospital has been setting the pace in Ghana's eye care landscape. In 2011, we became one of the first hospitals to introduce modern phaco surgeries, commonly called laser cataract surgeries, to Ghana. In 2013, again, we became the first eye hospital to start advanced retina detachment surgeries, macular hole surgeries, and other complex vitreoretinal procedures using the MIVS surgical approach. This year, we have set a new pace in glaucoma care with the launch of our advanced twin-star SLT-YAG combo laser, giving the glaucoma patients enhanced options in managing their conditions. We are a premier ophthalmic group practice with 11 specialist eye surgeons working together and leveraging technology to advance eye care in Ghana. We have 4 branches in Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. You may call us on 024-686-6580 or visit our website at www.stthomaseyehospital.com. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
Welcome to a place where everyday living is reimagined, where space, movement, and community come together effortlessly. With thoughtfully designed spaces, modern facilities, and everything you need within reach. You don't just live here, you feel safe, comfortable, and at ease. Step inside Eden Heights and discover spaces crafted for comfort, style, and everyday living. And just when it feels right, you will know. Because this isn't just about finding a house. It's about stepping into a better way of living. Eden Heights, the height of modern living. Book a private viewing today.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here, for now. Yay! Now, I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What?
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief, fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to Amame Manfo, Kale Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is several buying, a man is swing, Nesansu Mama Hotoso, a will bedroom.
Kale Charcoal Toothpaste.
Choose
Kale Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kale, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
We are on a journey to making home ownership a reality. See where we are heading to. Our development by Nestus Homes is thoughtfully designed with eco-friendliness in mind, creating a modern and sustainable living environment. We are pleased with the progress so far, with several customers already booking their units in this growing community. A gated community located in a prime location in Tamakomti 26 offers you comfort, serenity, and access to major amenities, giving you the perfect balance of lifestyle, convenience, and investment options. This development provides not just a beautiful place to live, but also a valuable long-term investment opportunity. Take a look at our completed homes as we continue to bring this vision to life. We are gradually taking shape, and you still have the opportunity to be part of this elegant gated community. Reserve your unit today and secure a lifetime of comfort, value, and investment growth. Call and book a free viewing now with the numbers below.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile, the most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. And my guests are getting seated. Kofi Bento is already here. Kofi Bento is with Imani Africa. He's a lawyer. Let me straightforward. We will play some George talking to that Africa Parliamentary Group that met in Accra in the Parliament of Ghana, and giving the signal that people are going to have to show their ID cards. That's what they are going to have to demand to be able to access porn sites, adult sites, let's say that. Is that doable from where you sit?
It's pointless.
Let's hear him first.
Right.
And I keep saying that, look, we don't need to rewrite the script. Today in the United Kingdom, for you to access a pornographic website, you need to put your driver's license for them to be able to determine that you are 18 years. Ask yourself why they are doing that. Because they've seen the danger and the damage that pornography and over-sexualization have done to a generation of young UK citizens. And that's why for us, we believe that in Ghana here, and we're working with going to cabinet on that, to make sure that before you access any X-rated site, you must put either your driver's license or your national ID card, so that we know who you are and who is going to that site, to prevent children from being exposed to such content. This is the real threat. Because when a child is over-sexualized at an early age, it affects their development, it affects their thinking, it affects even their morality and their values and their standards. And the only way to break a people is to go after the children. Because when the children are destroyed and damaged, that culture, that culturalization gets damaged. The fight against Africa is not against those of us sitting in this room. We were a lost case. The fight is against our children. And that's why when myself and my colleagues in Ghana introduced the Family Values Bill, one of our key arguments has been that we're fighting for the innocence.
And that we need to protect. See, we should all be embracing this.
Oh, we should be embracing the principle. But when it comes to a lot of these things, you hear a lot of platitudes, people saying things about ideals, all right? And then they proceed in a certain way to try and effect those ideals using government policy and law. In America, they have what they call the prohibition. Okay, and just to give, the prohibition was a period when especially religious people and people who believed that they had, a conscience to save society, from the excesses of alcoholism, okay, proceeded to get a constitutional amendment, laws passed to prohibit the consumption of alcohol. Now, I'm using that because it fits this thing. All the virtues are touted. You will do this good, that good, this good. That. There are things you can't stop with law. Point number one. Point number two, you cannot outsource the upbringing of your children to government. And even if it is outsourced to government, government has no way of raising my child better than me. In the prohibition situation, so they banned alcohol, etc. Why I'm using that is that it led to a worse abuse of alcohol. Because now, instead of you, whenever you want to drink, you knew you could drink. Okay, now you knew you wouldn't get it, so you tended to hoard the drink. And when you tended to hoard it, you tended to drink more. And that prohibition period is what led to the strengthening of the mafia, which led to so many other crimes. If you read the history, it's very interesting. Guess what? After a number of years, they forgot about the prohibition altogether. But the damage had been done. The mafia was still strong, and all kinds of people have become rich over bootlegging. Okay, alcohol, smuggling, that kind of thing. People have become alcoholics. All kinds of things had happened.
You're not suggesting we should do nothing
about
a problem. Because in 2022, Ghanaians, 14.7 million were hooked onto porn sites.
Actually, it's rated that Ghana is one of the highest consumption of, consumers of porn. I am not saying we should do nothing. I am saying it is not government's business to try and use ID cards to control people's consumption of porn. Do you know, for me, the worst part of this porn thing is what I call peer-to-peer pornography. What you are seeing on Snapchat and people sending things to people, making all kinds of things. But the thing is, this concept of a morality police, human beings have tended to want to do that. And it's always failed, okay? You have to raise your children and make sure that they have the kind of morals that make them not want to do certain things, okay? Now, so is what he's doing wrong? No. Okay, in fact, there are so many laws that when you put together require that you have to be an adult to be able to engage in certain things, all right? But must the minister be interested in using people's Ghana cards, that kind of thing? I use prohibition. Usually when these things are done, morality police anywhere, it leads to abuse, okay? Now, he should be focused on other things, okay? There's real cyber crime in Ghana, all right? Ghana is one of the capitals of international romance fraud. Okay, there are big things.
I thought that was Nigeria.
Oh, Ghana is actually high up there, very, very high up there, close to Nigeria. So my point is, we have big things. Now, don't misunderstand me to say this is not an issue. It is an issue. My worry is that it is not an issue for the Minister of Communication to take up at this level and then introduce all kinds of rules and regulations around. They are going to create a whole new bureaucracy, which will become the basis for oppressing and trapping all kinds of people. And you'll be surprised what it will be used for. All right? Some of these things have to do with how we bring up our children at home, in school. And when people talk about it, the churches are a bulwark against some of these things. Like it or not, a lot of what we are seeing, go to church and see the young people there and ask yourself, if it was not for church, where will they be? Okay, so these are the things that we have to find a way to deal with, but not through these kinds of, I think it's grandstanding. I really think this is a segue from the fiasco of the LGBT thing. Okay, I think this government is trying to signal that they want to own a moral high ground. They tried it with the LGBT thing and they've woefully messed it up.
Just hold on quickly. Let me check.
Moving into this.
Let me check if Dr. Kobna Bonfe thinks the way you do. Bonfe he's CEO of Census and he's a lecturer at the University of Professional Studies. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Samson.
In 2020, as many as almost 3 million Ghanaians were hooking onto adults' websites. I'm talking about porn sites. In 2021, it came down a bit to about 2.6 million. And then in 2022, it spiked to almost 15 million people. 2023, 7 million. 2024, almost 11 million. And in 2025, it's come down to 1.2 million. So we want to be sure that those who are accessing these sites are adults and not kids, and that children are not being introduced through these processes. We should be embracing this, should we not?
Ordinarily, we should. but I side with everything that Kofi has said, except to add that it should also not be seen as throwing away the call for that act, except also to expose the fact that this very minister was the one who recently told us that our national ID system is compromised and that we needed to take it again. Is that correct? Has that been fixed? So what ID will people be showing that will be consistent with the objective, the moral objective that he's saying? I agree with Kofi when he says that it is nothing but a political grandstanding and an attempt to, save the face of a lost, needless, over politicization of something that our laws already prohibit in the past and recently is come to haunt them. So I agree that the puppet must be seen working. Nations are built by people who are seeking after virtue, people who advance virtue, courageous, virtuous people, productive in thought and positive in mindset, build nations. And this is captured in the good book in Proverbs 14, verse 34, that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to a people. We cannot obviously outsource taking care of our kids to government policy. If it is anything at all, we should be seeing that government policy may be coming to reinforce what parents are doing at home. So, well, we appreciate the minister what he says, but unfortunately, we can see through the lines. The ride of the high horse is getting much,
discussing flooding. We'll be discussing the ritual flooding as always. And I have a gentleman who is done an article now that will share portions of, he's lived in Leicester, elsewhere in the UK, and makes the examples of how the local, leaders are working, district assemblies are working. I'm talking about the councils over there. They are very effective, and so you don't have the problems we are having that Accra is facing. So if even the UK has recently introduced this kind of approach that has brought down, people visiting these sites dramatically, why not Ghana?
Well, Samson, as I said, I'm saying we shouldn't throw that away. Show your ID, but I raised two important things. This very minister told us that our ID system is compromised and that we were going to do it. Has that been fixed? If it hasn't been fixed, what IDs are we going to show that will be consistent with the objective, the moral objective that he's advancing? But as said, we can do that. But I'm saying that beyond that, we need to look at the issues of our morals. How faithful are we with our profession to Christianity, with our profession to Islam, to our profession to traditional worship? If these are really truly sincere and we are faithful to them, many of the issues that we are complaining about would not arise at all. That's all I'm saying. Let's be faithful people, fidelity to the law, fidelity to our calling, fidelity to our profession. If we do that, many of the problems we have in Ghana would not be discussed at all.
It's a good thing to do. So when do we do it?
It's not about when do we do it, it's about who should do it. It's about whether this is something that government should be grandstanding and giving us sermons on. That's why I said most of these things have to do with upbringing. Okay, I don't want to sound a certain way, but if I were to go into the legality of it, it is not anybody's business to tell anybody how much pornography.
The fears that are being raised about people's biodata being compromised or so because you are giving them to a certain site to verify you before you access, is that it?
There's an issue there, okay? And for me, the security, for instance, of personal information is crucial. Now, if you are going to be giving those things to persons running a porn site, how are you sure that they have the integrity to preserve it? Okay, and again, you need to appreciate that there is what we call the dark web. The dark web is a section of the internet where crimes happen. And do you know people who are most, active in the dark web? People who are running porn sites. So if you make a policy that, somebody trying to access that porn site, okay, much as it is morally wrong, okay, should give that person the Ghana card. You are asking that the person hand over to somebody who is a potential criminal operating in the dark web. They are biodata which can be sold and abused. Is that a risk you should take in pursuance of your moral, policing? That is why I say it is not government's business to do this thing. And again, we don't have time, but everywhere you see these things happen, it happened in the West. It happens a lot, in the Middle East countries, all right? Iran has suffered a lot in recent years over this issue. They've had demonstrations. The moral police went to abuse a woman who they say hadn't worn her hijab well. We are not arguing with hijabs, but is it your business as government to decide how somebody should tie their duku? It led to death and demonstrations. So when governments stray into these areas, okay, it only does bad. It normally doesn't lead to any good. What you must
shouldn't be government's business. Whose business should it be? Bernard Akufo-Addo, the MP for Akwetia, he's member of the Works and Housing Committee of Parliament. Lance, right. Whose business should it be? I'm asking Bernard. It shouldn't be the business of government. Do you agree to want to police people's sort of bedrooms?
Something good morning to yourself, your team, and your viewers and listeners, and to my big brother and Dr. Bonfe on the side of Zoom. I disagree that it is not the business of government to, I don't want to even say to police what happens. I don't think so. I think we should put the matters in the proper perspective and context. Okay. The Honorable Minister spoke in context, and essentially, if I heard him right, it had to do with protection of especially our children. That must be emphasized. I don't think any of us here any Ghanaian has a problem with the protection of our children especially. He also give an example of what happens in the UK. I don't think that we are saying that in UK what he referred to is not true, or if it is true, the government is, getting into people's bedrooms to find out what is happening.
I made that reference, showing him that UK just recently did the same thing. All they are using it to do, the proof, either your driver's license and so, is to be able to show your age, so that we know that you are not a kid that is hooked onto
that's what the minister
adult site. Exactly, yeah.
That's what the minister, so there is nothing, different.
His question is, at least over there, they can guarantee that their systems are working and their IDs will not be compromised. But you already say our IDs have problems, so...
Samson, we have a problem in this country. For me, the minister only gave, as part of his speech or lecture, what the government intends to do. Let him put whatever, the blueprint, let it be out there.
It's cooked, though. It's going to cabinet.
Yeah, so let it come. Have you cited a copy yourself?
Not yet.
So why are we jumping the gun?
We're not jumping the gun.
We are, because you are preempting what may happen if this happens.
We shouldn't wait for the thing to
come. But what shows that it will happen?
Sorry, let's listen to him to be sure if he's not clear enough. I don't understand what you mean by preempting. Let's listen to some George if we don't understand what he's talking about.
And I keep saying that, look, we don't need to rewrite the script. Today in the United Kingdom, for you to access a pornographic website, you need to put your driver's license for them to be able to determine that you are 18 years. Ask yourself why they are doing that. Because they've seen the danger and the damage that pornography and over-sexualization have done to a generation of young UK citizens. And that's why for us, we believe that in Ghana here, and we're working with going to cabinet on that, to make sure that before you access any X-rated site, you must put either your driver's license or your national ID card, so that we know who you are and who is going to that site.
And you just saw Reverend John Ntimfodjo there. He was supposed to be here. I suppose he'll be here and he will join us because they sponsored the Anti-Lgbtq bill and must be associated with this as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is that I think we all understand that it is a problem, especially with our kids who these days have had that penchant of going to those sites and all this. And we need to protect them. The minister is saying that he's working to put something before cabinet. Let's all wait. I mean, this is saying that our systems are not proper. Look, if that is the case, then we may as well not do anything because we think our systems are never going to work. Let us see what he will present to the people of Ghana. Surely, as parliamentarians, we will have a look at it, just like the LGBTQ. If there are amendments, we need to, if there are suggestions, we will do so.
He's talking about a policy. Will it come to parliament?
Well, I do not know whether it will be a policy. I'm not too sure. But if it is a policy...
to cabinet?
Well, if it is a policy, then it needs not come to parliament. But if it is going to be a bill, then surely, I mean, it would go through the process.
All that somebody like me, all I'm saying is, I hear him going in a certain direction, and I hear him almost decide what is going to happen.
Right.
I don't see room for a discussion of some of these things. And note, they're using government time, taxpayers' money, etc., to, do something which some of us can see becoming dangerous. Now, there definitely are options, maybe better options. For instance, if you go to China, you can't access Google. Countries decide what websites are accessible in their countries. I can tell you because I've done small IT somewhere before. They can block all pornographic websites from NITA. The government
and
can
that's
make
the
that
state.
Hold on, that's the state. What I'm saying is that, look, instead of risking people putting their Ghana cards out and giving it to people who are running pornographic websites, who are potentially criminals active on the dark web, that's a bad policy, okay? When you can, if you want to really do the job, block every pornographic site from being accessible in Ghana. Which of the two?
But that's not what they are seeking to do. What they are seeking to do, they are not saying, if you want to go to an adult site, don't go. They want to make sure the children are protected.
Which is why I'm saying there are options in this matter.
Frank Anderson, who knows the UK experience, sends a message, says that the right approach is to require proof of age for broadband and internet subscribers. Beyond that, it is the responsibility of parents and guardians to put appropriate security and parental controls in place to prevent children from accessing pornography and other harmful content.
Yes.
There is also a wider social issue that feeds into this debate. Too many young people are having children without the economic means to support and raise them properly. The consequences can be severe, with some children growing up vulnerable to crime, drug abuse, cybercrime, and other social problems. What is needed is greater civic education, responsible parenting, and access to family planning and birth control, alongside measures that promote economic opportunity and social responsibility. If you hear some George, he says, beyond age, he says, beyond checking your age, that we want to know who is going there.
No, it's in the context of age.
Okay.
He earlier mentioned we want to know who is going there because by determining your age and that determined, we will know who is there.
But must you use your Ghana card to determine age?
No, but okay, so you suggest what else?
Exactly my point. My point is
so
there are so many other ways. You see, the thing about Ghana card is that it is what we call an agnostic card. It's supposed to be used for so many things. People use it for their banking, etc. Why would you compromise that simply because you want to find somebody's age? And I keep saying, why would you have the person hand it over to somebody who is operating on the dark web? So all I'm simply saying is that, look, there's a role for government in most things. Question is, what is the role of government in these things? Government should not be a morality police. And government should not, in trying to achieve this, compromise other more serious things. There are options. I don't see a discussion arising in this matter. All right? But what I hear some judge say, I see two things. They are trying to run away from the fiasco of the LGBT by more moral signaling, okay? And I don't see a situation where he's opening up for a discussion on how we can solve some of these problems. More than half of it has to do with upbringing, okay? It is not government's job. And what he's discussing, what I am understanding, is more dangerous than effective in controlling pornography. It will do almost nothing to control pornography. Oh, really? Oh. People who want to do this thing.
What? But in the UK, the statistics show that right after the introduction, those who visit these sites went down drastically, went down by about 40% or so.
In the UK, you are not talking about the technical back end. They only ask for age and they are able to verify. Okay? There is triangulation in that thing. We don't have that. In the UK, you don't compromise sensitive data like your Ghana card. This is like asking an American to put their green card on there. All right? So me, I'm saying, look, I don't have a problem if you are not overreaching. But I have a problem with the solution he's proposing, that you should put up your Ghana card to a porn site. Me, I won't be caught, okay? But I worry, because once you put up your Ghana card, somebody goes to print a dummy of it and goes to use it in your bank. And these people, they actually are known to sell, people's identities.
And the person will get it from where?
When you go and put the Ghana card on the porn site and they capture it, you think they can use it? Let me tell you, there's an active industry.
Can't you exaggerate?
No. Hold on. My brother, that's what I'm saying. There's an active industry in harvesting information and selling it. There's an active industry in identity theft. It's a $1 billion industry. Most of it happens in what we call the dark web. The people who are running porn sites are mostly active in the dark web. So you are exposing a country like Ghana whose IT systems are now being built to these people. And I'm saying, if you want to do age verification, go and ask the UK people how they did it. They are not subjecting people's total IDs, okay, to porn sites. They do an age verification. They have a way of triangulating it. All right? So that's why my worry is, who is giving that information? How is it being discussed? I would like to see some IT people sitting down and discussing this and looking at options. And I've just given you one option. They can block all porn sites if they don't want any pornography in Ghana. And then what do you do with the peer-to-peer porn? All right? If you want to moral signal and say you don't want people to be dealing in pornography, what do you do with peer? There are people who are paying. Have you heard about OnlyFans? All right? People who are paying other people to do these things for them. Okay? So for me, I think it's a problem in a sense, but I don't think it's a problem that government must erect a major policy on and then compromise people's IDs over this issue when it really can't stop it.
Interesting. So as mentioned to you, the ranking member, Defense and Interior Committee and sponsor of one of the sponsors of the Proper Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values Bill, the Reverend John Intim Fojo joins us. Thank you very much for making time to join us.
Thank you very much, Samson.
Yeah, we understand you encountered some difficulties this morning. That's okay, it's understood, because it's still raining. And we are afraid that the rains may just take us away because nothing is properly, taken care of in this city. Right. Before we go to that thorny issue and to make time for you, because we understand you have a pressing, business to attend to, what do you make of this proposal? Make sure that we know everybody who is going on to adult sites to watch stuff.
Yeah, thank you very much, Samson. And a good morning to you, our cherished listeners and viewers. And I want to say good morning to my respected colleagues and friends, my big man, Lawyer Bentel, and my respected colleague, Honorable Bediako, and our colleagues on Dr. Kabila and Senor. In fact, I want to foremost convey condolences to the affected people and persons whose properties were affected by the June 3rd disaster and those whose relatives are here. One person perished. It's unfortunate, and it's a hard time that we sat together without any partisan considerations to do what is right for our nation, to nip this perennial challenge in the bud, to ensure that never again should we have such disasters in such season, because we know they will come, and so we need to adequately prepare for them and to take advantage of this rather unfortunate situation having happened to the Ghana Police Service, the regional command, to rethink
How do we invest into reconstructing the entire, redeveloping the entire Greater Accra Regional Command in a way that will be befitting? Back to
the Reverend,
question.
You know, in 2015, 11 years ago, the official report says 150 people died. We saw how the charred bodies were being lifted and dumped into the buckets of vehicles. I'm in court over that matter, so we play videos and I see all of these things. They play back, and the people who suffered, those who lost their breadwinners and so on, how the trauma, you know, is written all over them. There are people who have bent skins, bent their heads, all of damaged. And we don't seem to have learned any lessons. You are talking about yesterday's one that happened, that only one person, you know, yes. Okay, one person is too many enough. Yeah. But if 150 died and nothing happened,
what is even a much more massive scale?
Exactly.
And we are still having to go through the implementation of those findings. So that is where we need to continue to make sure that we see conclusion to that. Then we take on this one, and then we prepare adequately for the future. Honestly, June 3rd, particularly with that disaster that took lives of 150, any time that we're approaching June 3rd, it's a stark reminder that we lost over 150, like a whole community, wiped out. Yeah. And so this must be enough grounds to occasion that urgency for us to be able to fully compensate the outstanding, families and affected victims, and to be able to bring closure to that, and then lessons drawn from that, fortifying us on the way forward. So condolences by extension again to the families of those who lost over 150 families, who every 3rd of June is a moment of grief.
Now let's go to...
So now, on this matter of ID for porn and all that, for me, I agree with the school of thought that says that the government seems to want to find an avenue to divert attention from the demand that the religious bodies, the people of this country, overwhelming majority of Ghanaians are looking for and demanding. They are demanding that let us have a bill which objects and which legislations and enactments represents the true aspiration of Ghanaians in a conservative value to preserve our norms, and then they willfully craft it in a way that procedures are flawed and content very problematic. And when Ghanaians are demanding that take the necessary steps to give us what we want, then now that attention is being diverted. If there is any attempt by government to take decisions that will clamp down on immorality, it is all well and good if that is the intention. Okay. But the modalities of it, I want to advise that my good friend Honorable Sam George will have to do a lot more consultations before such major announcements are made. Because there are a lot of concerns about NITA bill, and now again we hear another big announcement. You need to consult, build consensus, because you are making a bill, you are making a law, you are making a policy for society. How have you received inputs, the buy-ins from key stakeholders? And so we want to just jump out of it and make such bold and very, very, very controversial, declarations. That in itself will not solve the problem. Let us get back to the table. What is it that we need to solve? And what is the best way to solve it? So that we don't just go for the popular way, which its enforceability will become problematic and not widely accepted by the very people that we want to make the law for.
So we get to this substantive matter with Reverend John Ntimfodjo. You remember that last week we had Sam George on the show right after, that was a day after the bill had been passed in the manner that it was passed. And then we have Reverend John Ntimfodjo here because he is also a sponsor of the bill. And as we understood, the bill may have gone through what it did because there was apprehension on the part of the majority that Reverend John Ntimfodjo was getting ready to marshal his other, colleagues to withdraw the bill that they had brought because it had been watered down just too much. And so that was sort of to preempt that, and that's why that happened. I'll take a quick break, we'll be right back.
Damage that pornography of young UK citizens. And that's why for us, we believe that in Ghana here, and we're working with going to cabinet on that, to make sure that before you access any X-rated site, you must put either your driver's license or your national ID card, so that we know who you are and who is going to that site, to prevent children from being exposed to such content. This is the real threat. Because when a child is over-sexualized at an early age, it affects their development, it affects their thinking, it affects even their morality and their values and their standards. And the only way to break a people is to go after the children. Because when the children are destroyed and damaged, that culture.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number one, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Mommy, good morning.
Good morning, my son. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Mom. How about you?
I'm fine.
Joe, I just saw your mom doing her usual morning routine. Like, it was just 2 weeks she underwent a major colon surgery.
Bro, see, my mom is doing perfectly fine, and we're all excited about it. It was minimally invasive surgery, and the recovery has been very fast.
Minimally? Hey! No, wait. What do you mean by that?
So they offered my mom a laparoscopic colon surgery.
Laparoscopic
colon surgery, which we accepted. It turned out it was equally safe with a very fast recovery time, and the cost involved too was very, very reasonable. She was discharged 3 days after the surgery, and you can see her, she's on her feet again.
3 days?
Just 3 days, bro.
Mean Tuber Hospital, first Ghana colorectal center, aim to serve a peculiar health need.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to Amame Manfo, Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is so by a man's rain, Nesanso Mama Hotoso, a will beg you.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kale Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kale, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
What if 1924 was never just a year, but the beginning of every step with you? What if life wasn't just about the big milestones, but every small, beautiful beginning? A first job, a first risk taken, with someone walking alongside. What if protection felt like comfort, like a shared umbrella in a sudden storm? What if your business kept moving, rain or shine? What if healthcare came with hope and every heartbeat had a backup plan? What if retirement was a reward, with time, freedom, and laughter under trees? What if home and work became places your story belongs? What if goodbyes could be beautiful and losses made with care? Enterprise, your advantage.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first, and my guests now fully, the panel fully constituted after Samuel Okudzeto Blackwell, the Foreign Affairs Minister, took leave of us. Here in the studio, we have Senyor Husi, who is convener One Ghana Movement and a finance and economic policy analyst. By him is Senior Vice President of Imani Africa, Kofi Bento. And then you have former legal advisor to President Kufuor and entrepreneur Victoria Bright. Also, we have Bernard Bediakun-Beidu, BBB. He's MP for Akwatia. And we also have the CEO of Census and lecturer at UPSA, Kwabena Bomfe Jr., PhD. All right, so we'll engage Reverend for a little while, and then I'll bring my guest back in on the matter of the anti-LGBTQ bill. You know, it's been passed the second time, but it does look like after the second time it has been passed, it will still not become law, just like the first time it was passed, that it never became law. What is the issue? Why now we are having to talk about a reconsideration of this bill?
All right, thank you, Samson. So in 2021, though there's fights to preserve our values, our family values had been a long-standing one, the climax of it was occasioned by data that was the outturn of CDD's Afrobarometer survey, in which they posited that 93% of Ghanaians consider the practices, advocacy of LGBT highly repugnant to our values. And we identified that the biggest problem and the biggest mischief lies within the advocacy, promotion, sponsorship, and that realm, which we fundamentally have no law to address. And on the other parts, we have another part to do with the practices, the absurd practices. Though our laws were largely limited, at least we had unnatural carnal knowledge sitting on our laws for about 66 years now. Yet, we still haven't even been able to prosecute. I'm yet to go through the law record to know how many people have had to be two consenting adults who have been prosecuted, invoking unnatural carnal knowledge. Then the other fluid, manifestations, LGBTQ, and all it flew up to about 49 variations. So the consensus was reached by the Ghanaian people, the overwhelming majority of Ghanaian people, that we need a law which object will clamp down on the existential threats on our family, and for which the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill, bipartisan bill, was passed. When it was passed, I was one of those who mounted defense for the bill as was passed. In fact, my colleague Sam George and many other colleagues also mounted spirited defense of this bill. The Christian community, the Islamic community, the traditional community, traditional leaders, all of them built strong consensus around this bill, that the bill that was passed was sacrosanct, was perfect, and was the best for Ghana in the shape and form it was. I had just a few dissenting views. And those who had those dissenting views said that they have issues with certain specific aspects of it. And I, Honorable Sam George, the NDC, President Mahama, who also read the bill, we said no, we disagree with those who had those disagreements. We defended the bill that it needed assent. So those who had the dissenting view, a few of them went to the court to challenge the constitutionality and then to demand that certain aspects be reviewed before it's transmitted to the president for assent. But due to overwhelming, consensus the whole country had built around the bill, having accepted it to be the best in the best interest of Ghana, that law did not see the light of day. It was eventually dismissed. So the bill in itself has no doubt that it is the best within 2 years, 2024 and now. Now a new president comes. Before becoming president, he promised that this bill that is at the heart of Ghanaians and you like it so much. I've also read it. I'm an Assemblies of God member. I will sign it. If, as a matter of fact, if I were president, I would have signed it. So if there's any hesitation in signing, just let it wait for me. And when I come, I will sign it. So when he came, the Cali Bishop Conference were first to approach him, to remind him of the pledge. And he said, well, parliaments have changed. And the bill was not presented, President Mahama said the bill was not presented to President Akufo-Addo, contrary to the propaganda that had already been in the system. But President Mahama honestly set the record straight that the bill was never presented to President Akufo-Addo. It's not in Jubilee House. He can only sign it when this ninth parliament presents it to him. Then we said, okay, so let us send a bill because the President has given indication that he's still standing by his promise and he's waiting for the bill. So we ferried this same bill. The only change, Samson, we made in it is changing the 2024 to 2025. Okay. Everything was as it was, and we submitted. Even when we submitted to Parliament, the Parliament consulted Attorney General. The only arrangement they brought, the only change they made was rearrangement. So, for instance, what you find in Clause 9, you will find it in Clause 10. In the previous one, just realignment. Materially, same, nothing had changed. So when the bill was taken for first reading, we stated the prerogative to adopt this as the report and as the version that would go. They said no. We went for consideration. I wouldn't want to go into the long issues about how the bill was even deleted from the order paper the first day it came for 7 months before it came back 3 months before after the president's statement that the bill is no longer a priority and the uproar from the Christian community now, pressure came for consideration. Samson, for the purposes of carrying the entire country along, knowing that the bill is being made for them, we insisted that we'd do a live telecast of the committee considerations. And so for anyone who is in doubt, you can get that tape and play for 2 days. And you would notice that these rather problematic absurdities introduced into this new bill were never accepted in the considerations. So, fast forward, we said that let us adopt this, even at the beginning of consideration. Honorable Tampuli, Deputy Ranking Member on the Committee on Constitutional Legal, made a point first. And he's also a co-sponsor. I also, as a co-sponsor, reiterated the point. No need to reinvent the wheels. Don't fix what is not broken. Let's ferry the same thing. They opposed it. And then they had a backing of the pro-LGBT organizations who had been mounting spirited advocacy in the interest of that group. They are entitled to their views. They were also stakeholders. They were invited. They were pushing that, no, now change this, change that, change this, change that. We said, why should it be changed now? Interestingly, 31 amendments that were adopted into this, which eventually completely and materially rendered it different from what was passed in 2024, was surprisingly all advocacies being pushed from the very sections who were advocating for the pro-gay interests. Number two, the crux of the change, which is unpardonable and which renders this whole bill into, puts it in the realm of absurdity, serious absurdity and contradiction, is the exemption granted to a certain group of people that by virtue of being a lawyer, by virtue of you being an academic, by virtue of you being a journalist, by virtue of you being international organization, by virtue of you being an NGO, by virtue of you being a counselor, medical doctor, working within HIV, AIDS care and prevention arena, you are all exempted from the very cracks and the very teeth that is to bite and to address prohibition of promotion and advocacy. And here, the fundamental question is, a bill that was sacrosanct, that was the best in the whole region, for which our friends told us, Honorable Sam George, my good friend, told us, it was so good that when Kenya saw it, they only took away Ghana and put Kenya and passed it. And now, the same bill that President is waiting for, giving indication to the clergy to sign, you are attempting to change 31 things in it before the bill suddenly becomes effective. What was faulty about the bill then? If you argued with me in Team Fojo and we maintain the same principle and position that this bill is good, then this bill, you should not be the one coming to introduce amendments. Okay. The only person who has the moral ground to make changes in it is the Laskai and those who saw something wrong with it, which we disagreed. So NDC, the Honorable Muhammad Yariga, Sam George, and Honorable the Deputy Speaker, who mounted spirited advocacy in defense of the 31 amendment. 22 deletions were made in the original provisions and 31 insertions were made.
Okay, now let's get to the cracks, the very details. And there are a number of questions I'm going to ask you. First of all, does this bill prohibit LGBTQ whatever plus activities? Does it?
So, this bill prohibits LGBT. However, the rendition that they have introduced makes the enforceability impossible.
Okay, show us.
And let me prove to you. So, in a bill that was passed, the clause 1 said that we're prohibiting anyone who holds themselves as LGBTQ was to be prosecuted. And for the purpose, this act applies to a person who holds out as a lesbian, a gay, bisexual, transgender, a transsexual, queer, an ally. Fundamentally, they say no, delete the holds out as, and insert who identifies, openly represents that person or professes as. Samson, if you are waiting for somebody to openly come and profess that I'm gay, I'm transgender, I am queer, I'm so and so, I'm so forth and so on, then who are you going to catch? Because we had unnatural canon language in our books for 66 years. Nobody has come out. You have to prove. And because it's even difficult to prove what two people are doing in their rooms, at least when you leave it as hold out as, it becomes deterrent. But even that burden of proof is still burdensome. But for you to now say that in the new law, until the person comes out to openly confess, you can't prosecute the person.
So let's stay there. The first one, the original one, said, who holds himself out as? To hold yourself out as is to what? Advertise. Is that it?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay. The new one says, who identifies himself as, or is it, what does it say?
Who identifies, openly represents that person or professes as. So now this is narrowing. It is narrowing the grounds for which you can be tackled under this law.
So because you guys will join us later on this subject matter, the first one that Reverend is concerned about, Section 1, says, this act applies to a person who holds out as lesbian, blah, blah, blah. And the new introduction says that they should delete who holds out as and insert who identifies, comma, openly represents or professes as. Do you think there's materially any difference between the two renditions? No, Rev, I'm asking you so that we
Oh yes, there is. Because the very rationale for which now you're no longer comfortable with hold out as in 2 years, what has changed between then and now? That now you're attempting to refine, you're attempting to provide, what were the clarity that were needed? You maintained that it needed no further clarity, it needed no further refining, and that was the best law that needed to be assented to for Ghanaians to pass. I want to even...
Don't you think rather that this rendition is more expansive than the original one? And so those who may have escaped under the original one now will be in trouble in this new one?
No.
Okay.
The previous one was rather more expansive, because this one, now the person, until the person professes, you have no business. But in the previous, there were many manifestations. Holding out. There were many manifestations that the person would have been able to do for you to be able to clamp down, but here, until the person confesses.
No, okay, so it doesn't look like until you confess. It says if you identify.
Who identifies openly represents that person or professes or professes as.
Right.
Then the second thing.
So once you identify yourself that me, I'm gay, you are in trouble. Then if you profess it, if they hear you say it publicly or something openly, they add the word openly, you are still in trouble.
Very much so.
Right. The older one said a person who holds out as.
So in holding out as, you don't need confession before you hold out as. You don't need confession. In the previous one, all these explanations.
But how do you hold out? No, I'll bring you in shortly.
As I'm sitting here, if anybody was watching me, they would say, "Oh, he's a priest." By the way I'm dressed,
right?
I haven't confessed I'm a priest, but the way I'm conducting, if my intent is to now to further, and the law fundamentally also anchored it, when you are holding yourself out with the intent to commit an act, you're fundamentally...
So let's use the same example.
That's why in the cross-dressing, we stated that with the intent to commit.
Okay.
So the intent here is what is the crux of the matter.
Let's go to the section 9, which is what you are really... I want to use the same example you used, that if you hold out by people just looking at you now, they can say, without even knowing that you're a licensed, preacher, will know that you are a preacher. Here it says, if you identify as, is it not the same that I look at you and I can say you identify as a preacher?
Yes, so Samson, for us, and from anyone who has monitored my proceedings, my submissions on the floor, some of these, we agree that they fundamentally alter what was in the previous one. But the crux of it is the 9. Okay. And you find a number of all these. And I want to invoke a very popular, scenario or example that my good friend Lawyer Bento gave last week, which is my favorite, that if you hold a cup of water and you say that this cup of water is perfect, wholesome for one person to drink, and then just 2 years on, you come back and the same person says, no, that water, though nothing has changed, the same water is now poisonous and certain things have to be removed from it before I will drink it. That's
actually problematic. That one, no doubt about it.
So now let's come to the 9.
Right.
And you're all lawyers. Even when you change, when even change, the old one will be 10, the new one 9. When you change it's 10 and the new one 9. Even when we change one word, it alters a lot. So you come to 9. Here, it says that prohibition or propaganda of promotion of and advocacy for activities prohibited under this act.
Right.
9.1. Subject to the Constitution. And here, even in the 2024, you still see subject to. Honorable Mahama Yarga was misleading the public that it was never there, and we now freshly introduced it. It was always there. Anyone who checks the 2024.
I thought their argument rather was that the old one was subject to the Constitution, but in the new one, they have sought to explain and expand the subject by way of clarifying.
He said that on the floor. He said that the old one, there was nothing like subject to. but we now have come to add subject to was always there.
Okay.
It was in the past 2024 version. So
wait,
oh, yes.
when it's done, you have your turn.
Yeah. Subject to the Constitution, a person shall not produce, procure, market, broadcast, disseminate, publish, or distribute through a medium, technological platform, technological account, or any other means, or a film, the internet service, an electronic device, or any other device capable of electronic storage or transmission, a material for purposes, with emphasis, for purposes of promoting an act prohibited under this act.
Right.
Then subsection 2, a person shall not promote or support an act prohibited under this act. B, subject to the Constitution, a person shall not engage in, participate in, promote, or support an act aimed at changing public opinion towards an act prohibited under this act. Or, subject to the Constitution, a person shall not, C, offer premises or any other movable or immovable asset, or provide any form of assistance for purposes of promoting an act prohibited under this act. And anyone who is liable, anyone who commits this offense is liable on summary conviction to a term of imprisonment of not less than 5 years and not more than 10 years. And here there is a reason why, Samson, the sanction regime here is harsher, twice harsher than the perpetrators themselves. Because the perpetrators are not the targets. The target is the propaganda, the promotion, the sponsorship, the advocacy.
Right.
So the perpetrators will have between 3 and 5 years. But the promoters, the promotion, the advocacy, the support and sponsorship attract 10 years, because that is the mystery we want to cure, and that is where we want to clamp down on.
So help us understand what has changed in the new one, where clause 9 has been amended.
So in the new one, in my hand is the other paper that advertised, and we have it on the screen for viewers to come along.
Right.
So it says that clause 9, amendment proposed, add the following new subclause. And the subsection 2 does not apply to the following categories of persons. And now we come back to what is that subsection 2 that is this amendment is now seeking to exempt. Subsection 2 says, subject to the Constitution, a person shall not promote or support an act prohibited under this act.
Correct.
So what if you say that subject to the subsection 2 should not apply to the provision of legal service, advice, or legal representation? When you read it together, you're saying that so long as you are providing legal advice, legal representation, you can promote or support an act prohibited under this. That is a simple interpretation. Then again, it says, a person shall not, a person, with that exemption, a person shall not engage in, participate in, promote or support an act aimed at changing public opinion towards an act prohibited under this act. But here you're saying that for a medical doctor, for a journalist, for a parliamentarian, and a commission of inquiry, you can engage in, you can participate in, promote, support an act that is aimed at changing public opinion towards an act prohibited under this act. And then again it says, or a person shall not, and subject to the Constitution, shall not offer premises or any other movable or immovable asset or provide any form of assistance for purposes of promoting an act prohibited under this act. So you're saying that for the NGO, the International Governmental Organization, for the medical doctor or counselor, for the health worker whose function includes HIV, AIDS, and prevention, testing, and care, those groups, they can offer premises or any other movable or immovable assets or provide any form of assistance for purposes. So the crux is not on the assistance, it's for the purpose of promoting an act prohibited. So for instance, in this country, every fundamental in the Constitution, even a murder suspect is entitled to legal representation. That lawyer does not need a new law that will grant him immunity before he would now be protected enough to go and represent a murder. When the murderer is convicted, the murderer suspect is convicted and is incarcerated, he is still entitled to a legal representation who can now go and file appeal. He does not need exemption. Even if that appeal is shut down and the incarcerated person is in prison and is ill, that incarcerated person, the convict, is entitled to medical treatment. We take them to the hospital and doctors treat them. No doctor needs an immunity clause, an exemption clause under any law to be able to attend to someone that is convicted and is serving sentencing for treason, for murder, for rape, whatsoever it is. Now, when a journalist is covering a treason story, they go ahead and cover. They don't go and promote treason. They only report the facts as they are with the intent of reporting in their journalistic, ordinary course of journalism. But they don't go and say, well, yeah, we are reporting this case. This is how dastardly this man raped, defiled this young lady. But rape must become attractive. Look at the way he did it. Everybody can do it. When you do that, you are in the realm of promotion. And if any law says that a journalist should be given a blanket license and immunity so that they can go and promote defilement and rape and treason, that would be the most absurd law I have ever heard of. And so that is a distinction. And so for viewers and for listeners, if this is the law that has been made for you, ask yourself, how are you going to enforce this law?
So you gave an example where it says you are not supposed to offer your premises for the purposes of promoting LGBTQ. And you say by this new amendment, that is gone, or it actually means that you can give your premises for promotion.
Absolutely.
But shall we go to section 1? It says you don't have to identify yourself as LGBTQ. Because if you do, you are committing a crime. You don't have to openly profess it. You don't have to, one other thing. Does it not mean that it is almost impossible for somebody to give their premises for that act?
So will that not be a contradiction in that case if this assumption is introduced? So with that premise, this assumption is not even necessary. If you are setting out that you can't come out, you can't hold out, you can't openly identify, you cannot confess or profess, you don't need an exemption for a legal representation to represent somebody who cannot do that, to promote them, to encourage them to now profess, to now confess, to now openly identify. Now, this clause 9 even moves from the realm of identity to promotion and advocacy. And now you are giving an exemption for people who can engage in, promote, participate in advocacy is even more dangerous and risky than giving exemption for people who can practice it.
So the exemptions as we see, do you feel they are qualified or they are not? For example, when it says these people are exempted from this provision which punishes you for promotion, and says A, the provision of legal advice or legal representation. Why do you say provision of legal advice or legal representation is synonymous to promotion?
It is because the bill says subsection 2 does not apply to the provision of so and so. And I'm asking, what is that subsection 2? What is it that it is prohibiting?
It's prohibiting promotion.
Yes. So when you exempt these people, what have you exempted them from?
Okay. But it doesn't matter that it says the exemption is for you to provide legal advice or legal representation.
So legal advice, legal representation, when you go to court, so my lord, my client has been charged with murder, but they are entitled to their fundamental human rights. We demand to see the evidence that actually prove that he did the murder.
Right.
Are you promoting murder? No.
No.
You are only providing representation.
Right.
So nobody will put you in jail. But if you grant that lawyer the exemption for promotion, not representation.
So the exemption, it says
the exemption is now what? Promotion. Now you are saying that for legal advice and representation, you can go to court And actually,
so your point is that this is actually not related to the promotion issue.
Absolutely.
It's not related.
It's not related.
Because if I went to court, I would say, this my client has been arrested, that he identifies himself as gay, or he has confessed as gay, or professes as gay. And for that one, I don't need this.
No.
Okay.
They're demanding evidence. So the prosecutor, now you as the legal representation, you put the onus on them to prove all the openly identify, confess, and all the grounds for which your client
now, let's try and wrap up this way. From what has happened, what is going to happen now from where you sit? Let's listen to the speaker first. Let's listen to Speaker Bagwin.
And in fact, when it was passed on Friday, it was even a surprise to me, because I know that they were going to start the consideration of the bill. And that was the instructions I left before I went to attend to other activities. It was Friday, and members wanted to go home early to their constituencies because we were going to sit today. And so I knew they wouldn't have completed it. But all of a sudden, I read about this passage. I reacted, and later I saw on TV all the things that happened. And so this evening, I have asked the leaders to meet me in my office. So they will be here for us to go through it. This is such a critical bill that we believe there must be consensus. Well, it's not about passing bill. It's about implementing it and making sure that it benefits the people. And so leaders of both sides of the House will be with me this evening for us to discuss what next after the passage of the bill. And I'm very sure that being men and women of wisdom will find a way out and to get all Ghanaians to buy and trade. We are grateful to all those who have come out with the commendation of the good work that Parliament has done. But we want to assure them that whatever discussion we'll have will be to better what has already been passed. It won't take any shine of it. But we need all of them to come on board, because without an identity, you have no value.
Your colleagues insist in the majority that once the bill has been passed, Parliament has become functus officio. They can't do anything about it again. The Speaker is suggesting that something else can be done. The only thing the majority insists could be done is when it gets to the President, and the President, according to the law, feels that there's something that he needs explanation and so on and so forth, then he will take it to the Council of State, and then it will come back to Parliament. Otherwise, the bill is done.
Yes, so the very bill that has been passed, that the very people who are insisting on its transmittance to the President actually concede that its enforceability is going to be problematic. And two, the very content of it is a far departure from what was demanded by the very Ghanaian people who needed the bill.
You are saying that they don't concede that?
No, they concede. And Honorable Sam Joy, if I may quote him, a video that has gone viral and received him gave him a lot of applause. He said that in 2024, and in 2020, as recent as a few weeks ago when we met at Fiesta Royal for the Constitution, he said it, and the video is viral. He said that, he mentioned, I will not, for the purpose of your show.
We are talking about before passage.
Yes.
After passage, we haven't heard him say concede anything.
After passage, he has said that the bill must go, and the same thing you said. He has made the same point.
I interviewed him Saturday after the bill was passed, and he said, it's okay, it's good, we are moving on. It's done. He says that nothing can be done about this anymore. It's over.
That's what I'm saying. So the person, Sam George, and all those who are claiming that this bill is done and is good and so it should go through are the very people who have said, as recent as 3 weeks ago, that UN8, I didn't quote, I'm quoting him verbatim. He said, he accused and lambasted UN8, Global Fund, Ghana AIDS Commission, and all such related organizations that now they are seeking to exempt, and those medical doctors and people who are providing funding and support for HIV, AIDS, and prevention. He openly accused them of supplying lubricants, condoms, and AIDS would intend to promote, and not just intend, actually promoting. He said, he blasted them.
My question, which is last question to you, is
I'll land on
what's going to happen now?
Yes, I'll land on this and provide. So the same group of people who openly, just a few weeks ago, justified why these exemptions are bizarre are the same people who today are defending why these exemptions must go in. Where is the principle?
If you brought that in, Afeyo was saying we shouldn't put custodial sentences around.
Where's the principle?
So if you, at the time, supported that, why is it that now they have removed those and nuanced them and you are still against it?
No, they haven't. What have they removed and what have they put? That is why I'm saying that this whole amendment is problematic.
Okay.
Everything you have done.
So how are you going to undo this now? According to the speaker's
now the Catholic Bishop
advice.
Conference and all the communicable bodies are saying that the Islamic Council, they are saying that this is not the bill they wanted. This is the bill they want. The consensus was already established in 2024. We should transmit that same bill. And the Speaker of Parliament, having identified the procedural flaws and having cited them, when on the floor of Parliament, when he read the statement, he cited Order 171, 172, and all, including quorum, which the President of the Republic, His Excellency President Mahama, has also conceded that there were procedural lapses and quorum was not reached for such a decision to be taken. They themselves, among their group, within government voices, agreed that, one, the bill did not go through the right procedures for passage. And so, even if you transmit it, it can suffer it being botched. It's botched.
To do ordinary business in the House, you need 92 of you, right?
Absolutely. To take a decision, you need 50%.
Okay. So to do ordinary business, you need 92. And then to take a decision, you need 138 of you or so. And you're saying that this was a decision, not ordinary business, right?
Absolutely.
Because it was a decision, you needed that threshold. That was not met.
That was not met. There were 34 people at the time of passage.
Only 34.
Only 34.
So this bill can be questioned in
this
court.
Bill, and the moment it was passed, there were people who were all over, who publicly indicated and showed on social media tweets and served notice by social media their intent to go and quash the bill.
Your suspicion is that this was so deliberately done, botched, so that it doesn't get assented.
Absolutely. It is an orchestrated, coordinated hypocrisy executed in a very embarrassing way to the utter betrayal of every Christian, Muslim, traditionalist, and Ghanaian who had the slightest belief in them that they would have passed this bill for them.
Okay.
And they did so to set it up to fail. And now the Speaker is saying, let us backtrack and build consensus.
Okay.
Parliament is the master of our own laws.
Thank you.
But Ghanaian people are saying, we want a bill that does not promote LGBT. This bill promotes LGBT.
You've just been listening to Reverend John Akufo-Addo, who is a co-sponsor of the Anti-Lgbtq bill, who insists that everything wrong has happened and therefore it must go back and be passed. Dr. Bonfe, are you there with me? Hello, Dr. Bonfe.
I am here.
Good. What do you say quickly?
Well, let me quickly say that just a departure from something my brother Kofi Bentil has said earlier, that, the country as a state is concerned or must be concerned with the morality of its citizens. This is important. Of course, you may not be able to regulate or enact laws to deal with all these things, but it is a matter of concern. And that is why we have got the Constitution promoting these values. Again, let me sharply disagree with my brother Tim Fojo that I am not part of those Ghanaians who are disappointed with the theater playing out in Parliament. I was against what they said they were doing in the early time. We don't need any law. We don't need any law, and I insist we don't need any law. Samson, I will take you through this list. If you read Article 26 of the 1992 Constitution, Article 39, the Criminal Offences Act 1960 Act 29, Section 104, the customary law and religious usages as entrenched in Article 11 of the 1992 Constitution, and the very recent decision of the Supreme Court in the Obi-Kran versus AG, which was decided on the 24th of July, 2024, the Supreme Court made it clear that the nation Ghana does not entertain LGBTQI plus or whatever. Now, those who say and maintain that certain things, such as the promotion of these things, are not, it cannot be said that our laws are against it. I ask a simple question. Do our laws allow the promotion of armed robbery or murder? The law is clear that we are against murder. Therefore, any attempt to promote murder, any attempt to promote armed robbery will automatically be at war with the law. You see, and this is what I want to conclude on, because you have a lot more to get from our people. The law is as good as us. We have enough laws in this country against LGBTQI+. On the 14th of January 2025, when the Catholic Bishops' Conference met President Mahama, he switched and somersaulted to say that we didn't need an LGBTQI law. What we needed was strong family values promoted at home, as Kofi Bentil and I were saying today, that parents must not outsource responsibility to take care of our children to the government. That's what the president was saying. And I agree with the president. However, the president failed to concede and apologize for the careless and reckless manner in which he and his party twisted that matter just a year before and made it seem as though His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo and his then vice president, who had become the candidate of his party, had manufactured and were marketing LGBTQI under his reign. That is the concession he failed to make and the apology that he ought to have rendered to them. But you see, we live in a country where, Samson, it is very okay for me to label you, defame you, just so I can win power. And when I win power, I think all is well. That way of doing politics doesn't help anybody. Even among thieves, there is honor. You can do anything you want as a thief, steal from anyone you want. But when you steal from a fellow thief, they think that you have crossed the impermissible red line.
All right.
How come even among wrongdoers like thieves, there are some honor code that we politicians or people who say we are seeking to build a country do not have any impermissible red lines that must not be crossed.
All right, thank you.
That for me is the most important thing.
Thank you.
So my conclusion is that we have enough laws that constitute a fortress against LGBTQI+, if only we will insist on enforcement.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That bus is gone. That we have enough laws is gone. Now, the issue has been that we actually need this particular kind of law. And in the last almost a decade, it's been on the front burner that our laws are inadequate, that the provision you refer to about natural carnal knowledge or something of the sort only refers, it does not catch all the expressions of LGBTQ. It doesn't even catch lesbianism. Yes, Kofi, what do you see? Do you think this can get back to Parliament and to be worked on again, except if the president decides to take it back?
It's a mess. And we are trying to resolve something which is a mess, fundamentally a mess. It's pointless stimulation. It will lead to nothing except, vexation. And why I'm using these words is that, you see, sometimes something that must not be done, when you proceed to try and do it, you will just continue to hurt yourself.
That's what is happening.
Yes, that's what is happening.
This is something that must not be done, and we are trying to do it.
It must not be done.
Okay.
It must not be. Look, there was a time when human beings believed that black people were not human.
That's true.
Some still believe it.
All right? There was a time when they held the firm belief. I don't have the time to give you some of the things that they did. All right? Listen, and all kinds of laws were made around it. You have to come to the fundamental point, okay? And it's going to be very, very controversial. Okay, I'm a Christian, all right? But I can tell you something. I don't think God makes mistakes. And some people believe that there are a certain section of humanity who are born with certain proclivities. Some people believe so. And if it is true, there is no law you can pass. There are people who have had to come to terms with these things and support their children. Okay? Go and check suicide rates among people in that area. They kill themselves. All right? We have to be sober about some of these things and stop the pontification and political grandstanding. The irony of it is that some of the people who jump on rooftops and do all these things are found sometimes involved in these same things. So, why I say it's a mess is we'll be stimulating ourselves and trying to perfect this law, which shouldn't be passed. And I don't see any way forward. Look, these amendments basically water the thing down to nothing. But what it leaves is a sufficient tool for people to use to oppress others. It leaves a sufficient, it will do nothing to stop this thing they are complaining about, but it will provide a sufficient tool to oppress people. If you are the parent of somebody who has some of these issues, transporting that person to hospital is a crime.
I asked this question in my introduction. I want you to say directly about it before I move on to Vicky. I ask, is this an earnest cultural defense or a cynical masterclass in political cowardice, a calculated trap meant to appease local voters while ensuring the courts do the dirty work of killing it so international cash keeps flowing?
You know, I wish you could unpack the statement you've just read. It's pregnant, and it stresses me that we don't have the time. Read it. Say it all again slowly.
The last bit.
Oh, please, start.
Is it an earnest cultural defense?
Hold on. So there, some people try to excite that and claim it is not in our culture. It's not true.
Okay, next. Is it a cynical masterclass in political cowardice?
Hold on.
A calculated trap meant to appease local voters while ensuring the courts do the dirty work of killing it so international cash keeps flowing?
It is. Unfortunately, you're not letting me unpack it. But you see, that's the thing. I think the best leaders are the ones who look after society and confront the ills and force us to become better. That is why the JFKs and Martin Luthers and co, who forced their society to deal with the issue of slavery, etc., okay, are still revered. When you have politicians who play to our baser nature and our weaknesses, including ignorances, okay, which is what you are describing over there, okay, and take political advantage of it, which you have seen done in this particular situation, then you know you don't have men with proper spine to take, you know, the things that we need to deal with and deal with them. And you see how much time we are spending on this.
Yeah.
Okay. And when it goes this way, then you move it this way, that kind of thing. So one day, write something about what you've just written. Because you see, we are at a state in our society where if you left us alone, we'll be homophobic.
Right. Vicky.
Right.
So do you sincerely think, or let's say suspect, that, like Kofi said, this is not something we should be doing? And again, we don't want to try it because everybody else is watching us. We have been told about how British MPs have, you know, come to our country to speak to our MPs about how this will bring some trouble that they don't want on their hands. We have been told about conferences in Europe where our MPs have attended and they've been spoken to that if you do this, you are getting into trouble. So the NPP regime knows we can't pass it, but let's tell the people we'll pass it. Then we'll do something we cannot actually turn into law. Then they will hear that, oh, we tried. The NDC wants to do the same thing. So it will appear that this is a deliberate botching of the law.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with my brother Kofi. We're trying to really fit a square peg in a round hole here. It's not something, I mean, can we really legislate against this thing? I mean, that is the question that we all need to examine truthfully and honestly. You know, is this something, I mean, what people are doing behind closed doors, how can you, no matter what words you put down on paper, whatever it looks like, holds out, whatever identifies all that, is much of a muchness. How are you ever going to be able to enforce this? And are we seriously saying that if we exempt people like you and I, Kofi here, doctors, professionals, academics, who are trying to either do the academic research or as journalists bring certain issues to the fore, or as lawyers defending people, I mean, are we seriously sitting here debating that? Do we seriously not have other things to do in this country? You know, how does a lawyer go and defend someone? That, first of all, you're saying it's a law. So assuming this law goes ahead and gets passed, there are criminal liabilities in there. And in any situation where you have a crime potentially being committed, you need to be able to have full representation for people who are accused of committing any of these crimes. Okay? So how do you then fetter the hands of the people who are trained to defend these, you know, the crime? If it is passed, that's what it will be. So I don't really understand what my brother, Reverend Ntimfojua, was saying. I didn't understand his argument because for me as a lawyer, how do I seriously defend a client if my hands are being tied? I can't do it. So are we then saying, if you then take it to the next logical step, are we then saying that anyone who identifies as gay should really effectively, in essence, should not be defended? If that is followed again to the next step, it means that as soon as you're accused, you are more or less in jail for 5 years minimum. That is the natural progression.
Now the sentence has been stepped down. There was five minimum and 10. Now it's been stepped down to, I think, is it three
yeah.
max, right? Okay.
I think 3 to 5 or something. Yeah.
Right. So you are suggesting that this is better clarity.
Yes, if we must have it at all, then we need to have these things clarified.
Because in the original situation, even attempting to counsel,
even if the guy comes to see you, Samson,
you'll be in trouble.
Counsel, please, can you help me? I've been accused of being gay. You'll be like, hey, please, leave my office now, because just by me talking to you, I could end up in jail. You know, and that is so upset. So look, let's just, laws are supposed to help society. So let's not just put things there just because we are politicking or doing whatever it is that we are doing. And the irony is that the greatest threat to this anti-LGBTQ bill may not even come from activists or foreign governments or human rights organizations. It may come from the legislative process itself because of the theater that we are currently witnessing. Because if only 34 members were in the room when it was passed, then that is something that cannot be swept under the carpet.
Okay, Bernard, we are told that this is what you have watered down, sir. Now it's become useless, according to Ntimfojua, as you listen to him. And I saw you itching to speak when he was making the interpretation of the amendment vis-a-vis the original provisions. Holdouts as identifies, professes. He says all of that actually waters down the original.
Samson, thank you so much for the opportunity kindly allow me. You see, let me start because of what has been said. As for the submissions of Council Bento, Dr. Bonfe, I think we've gone past that stage. And so I would not spend much time on what we have is what is before us. A bill has been passed by Parliament, and a lot of things are being said. I will not shy away from the fact that we have a problem, and it is beyond what we have in our criminal code. And so we need to do something about it. I support this. Samson, let me say, from where we have come, that this thing he said, Honorable Ntimfo said that, and it's often been said, that the bill as passed in 2024 never was sent to President Akufo-Addo. It's not true. If you read the letter signed by Nana Anti-Lgbtq, the first paragraph, if you read it, I'm sure you have it. He said that they were in Peduase and they learned that the clerk was in the Jubilee House to present the bill. This is what what's his name? Anti-Lgbtq. This is the letter he wrote to the clerk.
Let me attempt to read that letter. It's dated the 18th of March, 2024. Transmission of the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2024. It has come to the attention of this office that while the President and other senior officials of the presidency were at Peduase for a cabinet retreat on Thursday, 14th March 2024, you attempted to submit the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2024 to the Jubilee House for the President to signify his assent or otherwise to the bill. The office is aware of 2 pending applications for an order of interlocutory injunction, both filed on 7th March in the Supreme Court, one by Dr. Amanda and then the one by Richard Sky and so on and so forth. This where it narrated everything and then says that in the circumstances you are kindly requested to cease and desist from transmitting the bill to the President until the matters before the Supreme Court have been resolved.
Samson, yes, so it is not true, first and foremost, that it was never sent. It was sent and was not received. So there is a difference. And that is the height of unconstitutionalism in this country. The President had no authority under any law to have done what he did. Because the work of Parliament ordinarily should end where the bill is presented to the President. The law states what you should do beyond receipt of the bill. If you decide not to assent to it, you have a problem with some provisions, you state it in a memorandum to the Speaker. If you decide to do it, to assent to it, you proceed under Article 106. So the President did not have that legal mandate to refuse the bill, and that must be said. And then in any case.
So that was only intended to avoid receiving it, then being compelled to sign. The question that is being flipped today is that the manner in which you are going about passing it is to avoid making sure that it gets passed.
Not at all. I'm coming to it. But even on that, in any case, the Supreme Court dismissed the action of Richard Sky and then Amanda. I think on the 18th day of December 2024, few weeks before President Akufo-Addo left office, he could have recalled it in a similar letter to the clerk and then assented to. So it's clear that he just didn't want to sign or assent to the bill. That is a fact. Now, beyond that, this matter, of course, the discussions could be situated in 2 different folds, procedural and substantive, and you agree with me. With the procedure, I don't begrudge the Speaker for the way he spoke, because he wasn't in the chamber. The presidency, regardless of his knowledge about parliamentary, whatever, he wasn't there. He heard people talking, so surely he should be concerned. I was there throughout. What happened? After the President Akufo-Addo refused to do what he was supposed to do, we came to the 9th Parliament. And it was the Speaker eventually ruled, because of time, that the bill had to be reintroduced. We didn't have to, because the old Parliament, the 8th Parliament, died with that. We've gone through that. If anybody disagreed with the Speaker, the law allows the person to have filed whatever. So the decision of the Speaker was that we should go through this again. The sponsors of the bill, and let me state here, it is not true. I wish Reverend Tim Fojo, you see, I asked him if he had a copy. All what he said, he could not prove to you a copy of the 2021 bill. He didn't have it. What he held was the 2025. It is not true that the bill as they had in 2021 is the same thing they presented in 2024. It's not true, and I'll prove to you. It's not true. They, the sponsors, did some work in the bill before they submitted, and I'll prove to you. He's saying that who changed it? Indeed, even with the clauses and the sections, he said who changed it. You present your work to Parliament before it is referred to the Constitutional and Legal Committee. What did you present? It is not the same. It's different. I'll come to it. But with the procedure, Samson, yes, the Speaker said that he left a message that we should only consider. And if you heard the Speaker correctly, he only said that he was surprised because MPs usually on Fridays we leave for the House earlier because we intend going to our conference. That's true. So some of us, yes, we thought that we were doing in fact, the Speaker, the then Speaker, said that we should do the consideration. But when we finished,
what naturally follows?
What naturally follows? What should we do? The only thing you can say is that we overworked. Because that day we stayed beyond the time we usually stay on Fridays. What is unlawful about that? We do it. Budgets, passage and all that. Sometimes we sleep in the chamber. What's wrong with that? Is it unlawful? No. See, they refer to our standing orders, Order 17 at the third reading, 172. And you see, the challenge I have, Samson, is the sheer hypocrisy. If you refer to read in full, what does it say? It says that, yes, where and with your kind permission, the consideration stage, and then the 172. Where a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading shall not be taken until at least one sitting has elapsed. That's true. So what has been said is that we needed a sitting before the passage. That has been said, but there is an exception. Now, what does the section say? It refers to, it said a motion for the third reading of a bill shall not be made on the same day as the second reading, except as provided for in Order 160. So what does 160 say? You have to go to 160. And 160 is clear here. It refers to urgent bills. And it's procedural. So if we want to go contrary to 171 or 172, you need to demonstrate that it is under 160, which is urgency.
So this bill came under urgency?
Urgency. In fact, you are supposed to move a motion.
Was that moved?
It was moved. I have it here. It was moved by Honorable Dafiamapo and was seconded by the majority leader. It's here.
Man, Rocky.
Yes, so that notwithstanding, these are copies of the vote and proceedings for the day. That notwithstanding the provision of Order 1721 of the standing orders, which requires that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least one certain day has elapsed. The motion for third reading for the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2025 may be moved today. Moved by Honorable Majority Chief Whip and Member of SABDAI, Mr. Roxanne Nelson Echi Dafiamapo, on behalf of the following, included Honorable Intim for.
Yeah, he got up and washed his hands off.
No, that was subsequent. I will deal with the substance. He had a problem. If you've watched it, until recently, they never had issues with the procedure because he was in the chamber. I'll come to the quorum aspect. He was in the chamber.
Let's go to the quorum quickly.
So the quorum, yes. With the quorum, I hold in my hands here the vote and proceedings for the day. Of course, we all know the Justice Abdullahi case. Vis-a-vis 102, 104 of the Constitution. We know it's not in doubt that you need 1/3 to start business. If you want to take a decision, you need more than half by the Justice Abdullahi case. But operationalization, if you want to operationalize 102 and 104, you come to our standing orders. The Constitution doesn't give you how to operationalize 102, 104.
Help us understand.
Yes. So when you look at I think it's 64 standing order. Order 64. it talks about quorum. And it says, 1, a quorum, and it refers to 102. A quorum of parliament, apart from the person presiding, is 1/3 of all members of parliament. 2, where the person presiding is a speaker of parliament, he shall be counted because of the Justice Abdullahi case. This was now put in. He shall be counted. 3, a member, and this is where the operationalization, a member may draw the attention of the person presiding at any time during a sitting that members present in the House constitute less than 1/3. So you need to raise it. Now, 4, the person presiding, this is what the person presiding ought to do if it is raised. A, direct the clerks at table to cause the bell to be rung. So it's not as if all of a sudden after it's been raised, we adjourn. No, it directs for the bell to be rung. B, continue the business of the House for a period of 10 minutes. So we don't even suspend immediately. We continue for 10 minutes. C, direct the clerks at table to conduct a head count of members present. And then D, if there is still no quorum, suspend the sitting for a period of no more than 1 hour. And 5, if upon the resumption of the sitting after the 1 hour, there is still no quorum upon the conduct of the head count, the House shall stand adjourned till the next sitting without quorum being put. So, Reverend Tim Fodjo and the respected minority leader were all in the chamber. Nobody raised it.
Nobody raised the issue of the quorum.
Nobody raised it. But per standing orders, you needed to have raised it.
Okay.
So that we go through this. Indeed, in determining who was in the chamber, I do not know what anyone else is relying on, whether it was what you saw on the television. I hold in my hands the vote and proceedings for that day, the Friday, 29th day of May 2026. And what we do in the chamber is that when you come, you register your name in a register. The number of persons that registered their names as present were 193. Samson. 193. In fact, if you decide to litigate on quorum, this is the only document you have to rely on.
But that's for ordinary business.
Thank you. But the thing is that maybe a lacuna, which you may have.
That's for ordinary business where you need 92.
I want to.
Now you have more than 92 for that ordinary business. But to take a decision, you need 138 or so.
Samson, I'm coming to it. This is the only time we register in Parliament for anything, whether for business or except where somebody challenges the voice vote.
Okay.
Then we put it to count. If you remember the case of the Justice Abdullahi, it was a vote. What do you call that one? A vote where they were counting people, and the deputy speaker rose and came to vote. If you remember, so there was evidence that the number of people for business for passing any decision there was verifiable. But in this case, it was a voice vote. So there is nothing in Parliament beyond this.
Because the objection was not raised. It's too late.
It's too late.
Okay, so
we come past that. Let me come to
this. Sounds like ordinary company law, but you said this has been passed under certificate of urgency.
No, I never said certificate of urgency. I'm saying that
because that's the only that's the only exception.
No, you see what happened. If you look at the standing order that I read, the 172 refers to 160.
Yes.
So when you look at
160, the 160 talks about urgency.
Yes.
Is that different from certificate of urgency?
Urgent bills. Yes. So this is a private member's bill.
Yes.
You understand?
So it cannot be passed under certificate of urgency.
No, but you see, it is referring to it saying, if you look at 172, Samson, who they said, where you cannot do this unless it is provided for under 160. And the 160 says that a sponsor may submit a bill without publication in the Gazette. The Speaker shall refer a bill to the appropriate committee of this, where the committee determines the bill is of an urgent nature. Because we had gone through this before and it wasn't passed. Do you remember how many weeks did we take to undergo this? So surely, even though I don't have the evidence here, this was because it was admitted by the Speaker and it was ruled upon. If you look at the votes and proceedings. So I am of the view that it was considered under standing order one.
Certificate of urgency.
Well, you may put it that way.
But a private member's bill cannot be passed
under a certificate of urgency. So now you understand that this passage is riddled with all sorts of unconstitutionalities.
It's not. No. Well, how is it unconstitutional?
The point I'm just bringing to your attention now. All right, so
I'm saying that no, the substance. It's something I want to. It's very important.
Do that quickly. We need to go to the
because when you look at
more important issue about that.
Thank you, but you see, with the substance, this Honorable Anti-Lgbtq was struggling, of course, because when you look at, I have said that the bills were not the same. It's not true unless anybody shows me contrary evidence that with the 9, with regards to the old bill, they started with subject to the Constitution. Let me see that anybody who has a contrary opinion. It's not true.
But that's what Sam George told me last week on the show.
No, but the majority leader on the floor said that they didn't have it. And what I have here...
Who should we be
No, I've told you what...
Sam George is also a sponsor. He said he was subject to. And so what has been done is actually not different.
No, subject to is what they did.
Now we are told that Mahama Ayarga says there was no subject to.
No, Samson, hold it. I am saying that what they submitted this time around had it. But the 2021, it didn't have it.
Okay.
That's the point I'm making.
So that was problematic.
That was problematic. No, they even brought what they brought this time around, had the subject to.
No, I'm saying that the older version,
it's problematic.
If they didn't have subject to the Constitution,
you may give
then
your
that
verdict.
was problematic.
You may give your verdict on that. But I'm saying that this is what I have for the older one. And that one is section 12. This is what a person who through media, technological platform, technological account, and any other means produces whatever. When you look at the 9 here, Samson, it's very important. Please allow me. When you look at the 9 here, it tells you that, yes, when you look at the 9, it says subject to the Constitution. And the subject to the Constitution, Samson, who is saying there is any problem with it? Who is saying so? Sorry.
Subject to the Constitution, I can read that for you.
Please. There's been so much.
It says, it says, subject to the Constitution, a person shall not produce, procure, market, broadcast, disseminate, publish, distribute, whatever.
Yes.
So what's the point?
Yes. So they brought it now. Then the committee met, and then they did some amendments. And the amendment, we are now being told that it's problematic.
We have gone through that.
You've gone through.
Yeah, I need us to move on. That's what.
Yes. So there is nothing wrong with it. Samson, even with regards the look at section 11. This issue about people are being exempted with regards promotion.
What does section 11
say? Section 11 states this. Let me do that quickly for you. Prohibition of funding. And nobody is mentioning section 11. Prohibition of funding, sponsorship or promotion of prohibited acts. Section 11.1. A person shall not fund, sponsor, or promote an act prohibited under this act. Nothing has been done about it. So if you're a lawyer and you want to come under the 9 with the 9.2, yours is to do your legal thing. If you go beyond that, and perhaps you grant an interview on behalf of your client, and you state that there is nothing wrong with LGBTQ people, then you come under 11. Because with 11, whether you're a pastor or a carpenter, you fall under nothing.
Read 11 again.
Let me read it. Prohibition of funding, sponsorship, or promotion of prohibited acts. 1. A person shall not fund, sponsor, or promote an act prohibited under this act. And 2, a person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a term of imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 5 years. Okay. Just as what it says.
All right.
But Samson, I beg you.
I'm sorry, we've got to move on. We are tired of this particular debate. Sorry. That's why Reverend Anti-Lgbtq had
no, he's gone.
Richard Anyagba has joined us and he's asking to be allowed to speak.
I beg you.
That's why Reverend Anti-Lgbtq had like 30 plus minutes
some points
alone.
Were made, and respectfully, I have to make a
so let me bring Senor in.
Yes, fine. Senor comes
in. And I need you guys to be quick about this because the flooding and what it's doing to our people is very important.
No, the flooding is key, but then you'll raise the matter before the flooding.
Okay.
I do not think this LGBTQ bill
will be passed.
I don't think it will be passed. It's going to be contested in different ways. It has fundamental issues. It seeks to try and address some cultural problems in our society, or how would I say problems? But it also gets in infringing on people's rights, human rights. I disagree with the likes of Fuamwini. He's a lawyer. He's just not speaking like that. There's a need for people's human rights to be respected. The Constitution guarantees that. It guarantees human dignity, privacy, that various things that it guarantees. So remember, let's discuss that education and get that clarity. I'll write a piece and release soon. But we should be careful what we are asking for in this entire thing. What exactly do we seek to legislate? I'm totally at a loss. What really became a problem for all of us, I'm a parent, I also got concerned about it, was the active promotion of LGBTQ, and active recruitment of people. That is at variance with our culture. The Constitution requires government to protect the culture of our society. It's part in there. So we can't devoid our culture from the policy-making environment. So it's important that something is done. But what is it? That was the problem. After gayism, it's lived with us for all this while. We never had any uproar. We all lived in perfect harmony. All right, you respected their rights, but it was that active promotion that created the problem. So do we want to just deal with that? Then criminalizing all kinds of things, now making it mandatory for citizens to now become, surveillance officers against themselves, creating a lot of social disharmony. I mean, there's so much wrong from a policy and a human rights perspective, and even trying to uphold the tenets of our Constitution itself. I think you guys should take your time, take advantage of the mistake that you are all willfully doing, all right, or possibly not willfully doing. And then let's sit down and think through this thing properly. We need to create a harmonious society. My brother, if your son walks up to you and tells you he or she is gay, what will you do?
I wanted to ask after you.
You understand? What will you do? Are you going to stop loving him? Are you going to now yank him up and say, go to the police station, I'm required to report? I mean, what exactly are you going to do?
It's against the law, so don't do it in the first place. We don't want to hear you say that that is what you want to do, or that is who you are.
Why do we want to over-legislate what people privately want to do in their rooms? To the point that in the early drafts, we're even looking at legislating sex aids, which are critical for people's sexual well-being. You know, the real thing that if our politicians want to worry about, as far as family values are concerned, is adultery. Adultery has disrupted families more than LGBTQ may ever do in Ghana.
And that's accepted.
And you know what? Is it a moral matter? It's not. Is it a moral matter? Is it a moral matter? Absolutely yes. Is it disruptive to our family values? Absolutely yes.
Right.
Why are you not legislating that?
Yeah.
Because more than half of you yourself will have to put yourself in prison. You understand? Look, let's stop these things. Morality is critical, so we can't divide culture from things. The LGBT activists too, they must realize the sensitivity of our society. This kind of active promotion of it was reckless, irresponsible, and very insensitive to our society. You are here, you do your thing, your corner, nobody is complaining. Please allow people to live in their rooms and do their things. Don't bring your thing outside. But for people to start chasing you in there, trying to see whether you are doing it or you are not doing it, you know, what will doing it even look like? What will be the evidence of somebody really doing it?
That's the point.
You know, Charlie, guys, we have very serious matters to take care of. This is important. We must protect our culture in some frame. I agree. But take advantage of this mistake.
They have made it a political promise. They can't run away from it anymore.
There's political idiocy that disrupts proper policy thinking. And this is it.
Political idiocy that disrupts proper
policy thinking and policy making.
I don't want to say I agree with you.
You understand? That's the fact of this. What is the value in all this? What is it? We are trying to now stimulate hate. Please.
Exactly.
I have interacted with gay people. Everybody sitting here likely knows one gay person or the other. I know very Christian people who have tried to break away from this whole thing, but they find it as that's their fate. Well, don't bring it to my door. You're my friend. I've seen more humane gay people and less humane non-gay people. The thieves in this country are largely more not gay.
Please, we have very serious matters, and I agree.
Largely not gay, Christian and Muslim.
I'm saying largely not gay, Christian and Muslim sitting in front of the church and stealing our money every day, conniving with each other. Why are we behaving like we don't have bigger problem? But it's a matter to be discussed because at a point the activism too was getting disruptive. Let's admit it.
That's all.
You understand? So can we deal with that activism? Stay in your corner. What you privately want to do, they there.
In Team Fojo says, he and his group say they agree with you that the real part of it that we should prohibit is the active promotion of it. And now that portion, that section 9, is where you have granted exemptions. So what are you doing? You have done yours. Please, let me still ask the question.
I don't agree with them, but again, with him necessarily on that. I've gone through these modifications. I don't see what's materially lost in it. A lot of clarity have been brought to some things, but again, it is a moot bill.
Do about nothing.
It's a moot bill. Take advantage of this mistake that you have all willfully created, right from Nanado to your mama. And now let's sit down and deal with the real matter we have.
Well, they should go to the voters and say, we said we should have a bill, we shouldn't have this law anymore.
No, look, voters were not angry. Ghanaians were not up. We are not up in arms about gay people. We were never. The only problem that we had was this active thing. People started setting up, trying to recruit children, trying to set up billboards. And that is where all of us got alarmed. Why are we sitting here as if we don't know gay people? Have you gone to kill anybody? Have you gone to report anybody? Who hates gay people? Nobody really hates them.
What do you care?
You understand? So please, let's get back to basics.
Okay.
The political sensationalism that facilitated this process, we should unwind it and get real with our real policy problem.
Political idiocy.
Yes.
You come in very briefly for me, and then we'll take a break and come for the other matter we have to discuss. But Bernard, I was struggling when you said the provision in Section 9, subject to the provisions of the Constitution or whatever. You say it didn't exist.
2021. 2021.
2024.
No, it cannot be.
The bill that was passed was 2024.
Okay, as presented is 2021. So yes.
No, the bill that was passed
in 2020.
that was not assented.
Yes,
it's 2024.
Yes, that is so.
That bill said subject to.
You have it here.
Yes, I do. I'm projecting both of them here. So that one and the 2025, the new one that we are talking about now, all use the subject to. So for you to state emphatically that it didn't have, I must say, regrettably, that is inaccurate.
Please.
The 2024 one said, it's headed Section 10. It's headed prohibition of propaganda of, promotion of, and advocacy for activities prohibited under this act. And it said...
But this is the 2025 one.
No, this 2025 that my team have projected. There is another one, they will project that one for you.
The 2024
so the 2024 one says...
That's 9, right?
10.1. It says, subject to the provisions of the Constitution, a person who through a medium, technological platform, blah, 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 blah. Yes.
It's true.
So it was there. That prohibition was there.
Subject to the
and then the 2025 one that you just saw a while ago, this is not the bill. I'm referring to the bill. That one, Section 9, says also repeats the same language. Subject to the Constitution, a person shall not produce, procure, just slightly, but it's the same effect. Yes, Richard.
Something. I mean, just on that matter, is it not the case that every law in this country is subject to the Constitution, stated or not? Mm-hmm. Every law is subject to the Constitution. So it's immaterial to say you state it or you didn't state it. You don't really have to quibble about that. But you see, I have a problem. And I agree with Senor, my brother Bentol, and my senior sister. I mean, the position of trying to find some science to isolate the very fluid matters and see some concrete issue to legislate about people's sexuality is an act. It's difficult. which is what has brought us to this very open sea of trying to legislate everything and is weaving into every space now. But the NDC were clear in their mind. They railroaded the 8th Parliament to force this thing to come into the space for assent.
Weaponized.
They did that. Made reference that Akufo-Addo simply didn't want to sign it. And the question we're raising is that if Akufo-Addo ought to have signed that bill, and he didn't sign it, and it was problematic, and you campaigned with it, President Mahama promised he would sign it. Why do you change the bill that goes to President Mahama to sign? Context.
Because that one was more biting.
Exactly. There were a host of oppositions to it. Some of them, they have gone into the space of amending and providing exceptions to make it a bit more acceptable.
And reduce the sanctions.
Exactly.
Custodial sentence.
Exactly. So that the bill that you were forcing Akufo-Addo to sign is not the same thing at play. If everything was okay and Ghana needed that by all means before we went to the elections, why are you changing it? And if you're going to change it, proper, come and tell us, look, somehow we made a mistake. If Akufo-Addo has signed this, he would have signed it with a mistake we have recognized now.
And I don't want Mahama to sign this either.
Yes, so that is even a secondary matter.
If the changes,
exactly.
if the changes, like the custodial sentences, represents what you wanted Akufo-Addo to sign, why are you now unhappy? No, this is a question.
Myself, you're asking me?
Yes. Okay. Afeyomakin led that crusade.
Which crusade?
That in Parliament, during the 3rd reading in 2024, that the custodial sentences should be removed or at least stepped down.
Right. To counseling and other things, he said.
Right. Now that is what you have.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you still
That's
like
not
it?
a matter at issue. That's not. It is the NDC's conduct, which, because when he said that, they didn't agree. Did they? They didn't.
Now they have agreed.
But now
and they've done it the way you want.
In context, at that time, they didn't agree. So now if they've come to agree to that position, they should state it. Because he is making reference to what they disagreed with. And
how else should they state it than the thing that they have done in the law?
You hold on to that. My brother makes the point, representing the NDC here, that Akufo-Addo simply didn't want to sign it. Yes. The idea that he was at Pediasi and they were submitting some things, even though President Mahama disagreed with my brother Bernard, he still insists that the bill was supposed to have been submitted. Akufo-Addo prevented it. But President Mahama says that the bill was not submitted, and I'll go with that position. He is saying that President Akufo-Addo didn't sign the bill. Why did President Akufo-Addo didn't sign the bill? Because there's a slew of objections to the bill. The bill was being litigated. Is that not the case?
Right.
So if Akufo-Addo didn't sign it, there were concerns. But you wanted him to sign it with those concerns. That's the material fact here that we must have them to admit that if you want to go back, and amend it, then you must acknowledge that what you were pushing for Akufo-Addo to sign was problematic. That you needed to have taken into account all the exemptions and amendments that you are making now before you force anybody to sign it. So now, at their own pleasure, at this time, Samson, they control Parliament. They have super majority. The Speaker is from their camp. The President is from their party. They should have passed exactly how they wanted it in 2024. They should have brought the same thing because there was no opposition. If today in Parliament, no opposition that can trump their position, if that bill they believe was sacrosanct ought to have been signed in 2024, they should have brought that one because nobody.
So you see
themselves. The amendment they are bringing out.
You are seeing hypocrisy on their part.
Absolutely.
Now, when you flip it, how about your situation?
Which is what?
Things you wanted have now been done, and you still say no.
But Samson, I'm not litigating any substance matter with you.
Okay.
I'm telling you about a certain conduct of people, because really what it is.
The sound of what he says is that both of them are hypocrites.
No, I'm not saying that.
This is what I'm talking about.
No,
people should just stop it. Get together. There's a need. We need you guys to work
hold on 1 second. Just hold on 1 quick second. You see, there's consequence. If Akufo-Addo has signed this bill then, all these concerns would have gone into law.
And they could have been amended. They could have been amended later on.
The room that has been created, which my sister actually explained, that you actually foreclose any opportunity for defense for anybody. Because inherently, if anybody was caught by the law, the person...
That was really dangerous.
Exactly.
And it was also a breach of the Constitution.
I'm saying, they wanted that signed. So that now, when you have supermajority and you thought that was a good idea, just pass it.
You want to see something?
Nana Akufo-Addo did this country a
great favor. That's the point I am coming to.
By not signing it.
You understand? That's
all the consequence would have happened after him.
Yes.
If he was not minded to save this country for the opprobrium that would have happened.
So the politicians knew that he couldn't sign it.
No, but you see,
and yet they made the most political capital out of it.
They did, yes.
With their campaign.
Yes. Because they were hoping somebody else would solve the problem.
Say NDC, not politicians. NDC and
right. So they knew he couldn't sign it.
They knew this was problematic.
They weaponized it.
They knew this was problematic.
Right.
They were pushing all of us in that direction to sign it. Only for their political capital.
But what are you now? You're also doing the same thing.
No, we're not doing the same thing. We're saying that let's have a proper conversation.
I'm very sorry. Bernard, I'm very sorry. We take a break here.
No, I beg you. Let me just land properly for you. So the point I'm making is that we have come full circle. If you think that this bill at the time Akufo-Addo didn't sign it, and therefore you want to amend it, then you must appreciate that what Akufo-Addo did was in the interest of the country, because there were concerns. Which concerns he needed those to be addressed before he can go ahead.
Withdraw the whole bill.
Point well made.
Withdraw the whole thing. And let's sit down. Let's look for a proper way to cure the real problem.
Yes. We will be right back. We'll be right back.
Considering it, and it was supposed to have been passed last week. There have been a few issues raised. One, that there wasn't quorum when it was passed. That's an issue that has come up. And then two, there were some procedural lapses in terms of its passage. I just got some communication that the speaker was reading a statement to address the issue of the lapses in the passage of the bill. And so, like I said, when I was the opposition leader, the president...
Do you want a healthy smile?
Ready for a smile makeover? Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Cosmetic dentistry services can enhance your smile's beauty and boost your confidence with a more attractive and radiant look. Whether you're interested in teeth whitening, veneers, or a complete smile transformation, an experienced dental team can help you achieve the smile of your dreams. The process begins with a consultation where we assess your oral health, discuss your specific concerns and goals to create a tailored treatment plan. While smile makeovers primarily focus on improving the appearance of the smile, they can also offer functional benefits such as better bite alignment, improved chewing ability, and enhanced overall health.
Healthy smile.
Welcome to a place where everyday living is reimagined, where space, movement, and community come together effortlessly. With thoughtfully designed spaces, modern facilities, and everything you need within reach. You don't just live here, you feel safe, comfortable, and at ease. Step inside Eden Heights and discover spaces crafted for comfort, style, and everyday living. And just when it feels right, you will know. Because this isn't just about finding a house. It's about stepping into a better way of living. Eden Heights, the height of modern living. Book a private viewing today.
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oleuma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, and Pedrolo water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex, Kakalika Plaza. Also, find our various locations as displayed on screen or call us on the following numbers: 0243-839-463 or 0554-154-416 or 0240-541-493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
For the past 15 years, St. Thomas Eye Hospital has been setting the pace in Ghana's eye care landscape. In 2011, we became one of the first hospitals to introduce modern phaco surgeries, commonly called laser cataract surgeries, to Ghana. In 2013, again, we became the first eye hospital to start advanced retina detachment surgeries, macular hole surgeries, and other complex vitreoretinal procedures using the MIVS surgical approach. This year, we have set a new pace in glaucoma care with the launch of our advanced twin-star SLT-YAG combo laser, giving the glaucoma patients enhanced options in managing their conditions. We are a premier ophthalmic group practice with 11 specialist eye surgeons working together and leveraging technology to advance eye care in Ghana. We have 4 branches in Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. You may call us on 024-686-6580 or visit our website at www.stthomaseyehospital.com. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
A car parked here. This was parked here last night. Before the rains, it's a good working car, but currently it's stuck here with the flood depositing silt in it, and this is the situation of a car that was parked just last night by the owner in front of the house.
So the first one started around 4 p.m.
Okay.
And then it slowed down a bit, and then the excessive one started around 5:20. Okay. Within about 30 minutes,
5:20
p.m. Within about 30 minutes, I realized the place was filling up. So I went inside. My daughter was in, my little boy was there, and then we realized the water was coming through the bathroom, so we started collecting the water out. Then I saw the compound filling. Then I just...
You were in the room?
Yes, we were in the room. So to the second level of my wardrobe, they were in my wardrobe, and unfortunately...
And there... these are your sofas.
Yes, yeah.
Right. So on June 3, 2026, there was some small rain around town, and it's got places in very difficult situations. Some places you see and you think it's a whole river, but it's not. It's dwelling places that have been overtaken by flood waters right here in the capital, Accra, and a few other places. Saint Jose is with the One Ghana movement. They have been commemorating the June 3, 2015 twin fire and flood disaster every year. They commemorate it. And they are the ones that have also ensured that there is a legal process in the court to try and get some compensation for the hundreds who lost their livelihoods and those who left their dependents. The official report said at the time that 150 people died. That's only the official report. I keep explaining because those who were involved will tell you far more. People have told us about others who died that are not captured in that report. I have read that report. So it doesn't seem we learned anything.
Samson, I'm having all kinds of chills seeing this. I've been out of town and I think I've missed this occurrence, but to say it's heartbreaking. Ghana's flood problems are not a weather problem. They are largely a governance failure problem.
Thank you, sir.
And let's just be honest with it. These are not natural disasters. They are governance disasters. It's a leadership disaster. Until the tenets of our constitution in its preamble that calls for a core value as accountability to really govern our frame, we are going nowhere. Until we stop treating floods as a weather problem and start treating them as a governance and an accountability problem, we'll be here every June counting more avoidable disasters. But that's not the calling. The duty of care that we have to others is enshrined in that constitution when you hold public office. Why are these places flooding? Where are the waterways? In very well-planned societies, floods do happen occasionally. But you see, there's a defined measure of rain or water flow that will cause a flood. It is planned for. It is not just happening. Here, every little thing creates a big problem. Look at what happened to us 11 years ago. Lives were lost, and I have to take this opportunity and on behalf of those victims, commend you, Samson, and thank you and your firm for the service to humanity you've rendered in the last 8 years trying to fight for justice for these people. Who's going to fight for this woman? We can't have this in perpetuity. Who is being held accountable? June 3, 2015 happened. People died. Can somebody tell me who has been held accountable within government for failing to undertake their duty of care to the people of the country? For watching people build in waterways, for watching Sodom and Gomorrah grow and make it a political, idiotic matter. All right? Till people died. When they cleared it, have you seen that flood that cycle again happening? You don't really see those things happening again. Meaning they were always avoidable. What is happening on screen right now? Where are those homes in waterways? Suddenly we are hearing people, we are going to break. Every day you are going to break after people die. As if you didn't have the responsibility to make sure that will not happen. We look at buildings collapse. Meanwhile, they are supposed to be engineers who are licensed to pass these buildings. You look at some buildings coming up in this country and wonder whether there's an engineer behind it. Which engineer has been held liable, culpable, brought in front of TV and both shamed and imprisoned for supervising shoddy jobs? Which engineer? Show me one.
When the Malcolm building collapsed, do you remember a certain person was paraded by the Accra Metropolitan Assembly Chief Executive.
Yes,
Do you know where that person is?
Where is
Nothing.
Nothing happened. But that chief executive, that was what's his name?
Yes, Abojise.
Abojise himself, in my opinion, should have been in prison. If the government was serious, it would have dealt with him for the June 3 disaster. You were AMA boss, and you supervise people building waterways. People, look, when you go to Sodom and Gomorrah, people are building in there, but he's going there for votes.
But the buildings were there before he became.
But that is why what did you do about it? What did you do about it? And you come and parade Malcolm, and what happened? As if that Malcolm disaster never happened. I had a number of people reach out to me because we had done this and were hoping to get some justice, proper compensation from Malcolm, and nothing happened. There's only so much one Ghana, and Samson Ladi, or Kofi Bentil, or whoever can do. We are not the state. But the least we can do is to start holding people accountable. Mr. President, who will you hold accountable for the disaster of now? Who will you hold accountable for the disaster of 2015 when you were president? You've held nobody accountable. Nana Addo hasn't held anybody accountable, to my knowledge. And if we continue this way, we are going to have recurring disasters covered in the idiotic frame of politics. Idiotic frame of politics. It won't help us. We must build an accountable society. And this must stop. It's an avoidable disaster. It is not even a disaster. It is bad governance. It is a dereliction of duty by our forebears and our policy actors who we vote and we pay you for.
Vicky, I was listening to this engineer who says it used to take like 24 hours, 12 hours or so for water from the Buri area to come to Accra. Today, it doesn't take 5 hours.
Yeah.
It all comes, and we see Accra in flood.
Concrete everywhere.
Because, yes, concrete. We are building on all the waterways.
Permitted by people who we pay.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, so the question we have to ask, first of all, I agree with Senor, it's not a natural disaster issue. We're talking about lack of accountability or accountability.
It's not a natural disaster.
Failures.
We are in court. The defense is that it's a natural disaster. You can't hold the state for a natural disaster.
Yeah, because this is something that can be prevented.
Okay.
I think for me, it's an institutional failure. So you should still hold the state liable. And it's a governance failure.
Right. There are human beings who are acting on behalf of the state.
This 5-hour, 1 hour thing, 24-hour thing you were talking about. We always hear that, people have built in waterways. So nobody ever looks at who approved these developments, issued the permits. Because somebody somewhere is doing these things. And who failed to enforce our planning regulations? We have so many of them all over the place. And who then allowed these structures to remain after warnings were issued? Because sometimes in the middle of construction, they are actually warned, stop building. And they just ignore it and still carry on. So I don't think that building on waterways can just emerge overnight. It takes time. And you don't just get up and then build the house. There's a process. And everywhere, every stage along that process, someone is probably being bribed or whatever.
The woman and the children were crying a while ago. We were watching, and all of us were empathizing.
Yes.
And we felt bad for her.
Yes.
But that's the situation we are talking about.
Yeah. So the greatest tragedy in all of this is that we continue to be surprised every year by the consequences. And it's all predictable. We know where the flood-prone areas are in this country. So we can't keep saying that these are, they are not, we can't foresee them, etc. We can. And other countries, some countries have even worse weather than we do. And yet, because of planning, because of institutions that work, because of good governance, they are able to actually circumvent the kinds of disasters that we keep seeing here. So I think that we need government to act. We need government to act. The rhetoric is too much. We are tired of it. I'm tired of hearing, it's heavy rainfalls. I'm tired of hearing it's an act of God. I'm tired of hearing, it's the extreme weather. And same locations every year. Same drains overflow. every year. Same waterways are obstructed every year. Emergency services then get stretched beyond capacity. And then at some point, we have to just talk about responsibility. I'm just tired of it. We know that rain is natural. We know government can't stop the rain. We know that they can't prevent the flood, but they are expected to reduce predictable risks. And these are predictable risks. They are predictable risks. The tragedy of June 3rd was supposed to be a turning point in our history. It really was. As you said, child bodies being carried. I mean, you could not watch that thing.
Yeah, you were just throwing them into the buckets of the pickup.
Throwing them away.
150
lives. I mean, we were all shocked. And then we got the usual rhetoric and promises. Oh, major reforms, drain infrastructure, urban planning, flood prevention, emergency preparedness, and enforcement against illegal constructions. Nothing. These things were never, ever, ever going to happen again.
That was the Justice Dossier Committee.
Yes, we had the committee.
Yes.
You know,
spent time, did all of this, and brought all the recommendations.
11 years.
They're gathering dust.
Yet 11 years later, this is where we are. So what has changed? I mean, we just we just have to be serious in this country, because after every tragedy, we do the committees. Mm-hmm. We establish the committee. We prepare the reports. we see the recommendations in those reports.
Hold nobody accountable.
Right? Officials come out and express concern all over the place, and then the attention quickly shifts elsewhere. You know, so we need sanctions. Yeah. We need dismissals. People are responsible for making sure these things work. There are budgets allocated to people to do things. What are they doing with that money?
That's right.
We need prosecutions.
Criminal negligence.
We need prosecutions. I have never heard of anyone being prosecuted because they failed to basically follow through with their responsibilities in relation to any of these disasters. I have never heard of it in this country. We need implementation of the recommendations that have been made by this committee. We're just going round in cycles. So the result is that, well, it's a cycle. The lessons come. We seem to learn them. And then we find out that really we haven't really learned them. And it keeps going round and round.
Right. Richard.
Yes.
So, you know, there was a time when Kukubaku was regular on this show. We all got tired. We just got tired of talking about it because we kept talking and nothing was changing. Here we are. I've hosted this show for upwards 10 years. Every June, I can assure you we'll come back to this matter.
Yes. Just last year, President Mahama touring places in Accra, went to Abofu, went to Mala, went to the Odona, and his directive to the regional minister, who is still the regional minister, is to collaborate with the security forces to demolish buildings that were in waterways. I remember my brother, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Stan Dogwe, part of that tour, stated was a bit unhappy with one of the developers in the area, directing that they must bear responsibility for the cost to salvage the place. In 2015, when June 3rd happened, the height of it, President Mahama says that this is not an accidental happening, it's human activity, and that people building in waterways. What's the problem? 10 years on, 11 years on, he's saying that it's not an engineering problem, it is a human problem. Then the question is that the human being who is causing this problem is under a certain framework of law not to do that, but he's doing it, and that human being is subject to the state, and the state has a president, and the state has institutions that must enforce that proper behavior. It's not being enforced. But what we have resorted to is that every year when it happens, we remind ourselves that it is people who are causing it. The question is, when are we going to stop talking about it and start dealing with it? That's where the issue is.
Yeah, but he speaks about facts, that chiefs are selling land to people knowing that the place is waterlogged. You know, these officers at the district assemblies are all giving permits they shouldn't. But even these days, we don't even wait for the permit. We build, nonetheless.
Building and then the permit. So that's the institutional deficit that we have, or failure, which then creates a situation where the institutions are catching up with development, when it's supposed to be the opposite, where the development framework exists and you fit into it. But now, when you go to most places, people are orchestrating the development, and the institutional facilitation follows after that, which is why you see people building, and then they come and write later on.
Yeah.
Right? And then it never stops that we cannot have a situation where we come and write all your thing, but you come to us, okay, we come and inspect, it's proper before you even cut sword to do anything. So that's a problem. Now, if this matter of the chief selling lands and whatnot, it's not as if it's done in some privacy or secrecy. It's on our televisions. They go and take a whole, and for me, I have concern with that, where farmlands have become estates, and we're going to, that one we are waiting, when we get to a point where we are starving and don't have food to eat, then we're going to say, well, who built here, right?
We use the concrete. We use the concrete.
You understand? So now people go and take tracts of land from chiefs, and they come and put this Donkumi thing on it, 5,000, 2,000, 5,000, 2,000. Then the assemblies are watching. After people have bought their land where they are not supposed to buy it, and they start building, that's when they go to try and say that, oh, don't build there, don't build there. And the people also find a way around, pay their own officers, collect the money, build the thing, and all of us get drowned in a year after when June 3rd happens. So it's a problem that all of us must take seriously. You see, the democracy is fantastic, it's good, but the accountability aspect of it, we need to get to a phase where the electorates are informed. Why are you voting? What is the basis of your vote? The current situation is that we're all hypnotized into voting one way or the other. Some are voting on tribal lines, some are voting on liking lines, some are voting on clientelist incentives, that people are voting on those bases. That is taking away from the outcomes that we should experience from democracy, to the extent that our government must be able to do what it is they tell us they are going to do. So President Mahama is going to speak fine English, but he cannot, as he said to the regional minister last year, to say collaborate and demolish. He will not go and ask the regional minister, or when they ask him, they have done it. He should know if they have done it or not, but they haven't done it. And we are here in a flood. He has to find a new word to say, which is that it is not an engineering problem. Next year, he will find another word to say, which is talking about the same problem, but no action. The point is that how can we deal with this matter? We need, as a civil society, Senor and my senior brother, need to bring some critical effort to this matter and compel the leadership to say that if it means that providing you political cover, because it all comes down to electoral calculations, right? To the point where you feel that when you take this drastic action, there will be repercussions.
Senor says, thanks for your honesty.
You understand?
Let me come to Bernard.
It gets to a point where we need to then face up with the issue and deal with it, because at the end of the day, when the flood happens, it's not a discriminator of who supports party A or party B. So we need to confront the issue fair and square and deal with it.
Bernard, there's this man, Kweku Ntubuesiako, who is writing a piece, and he can't understand why, especially President Mahama, misses this plot. Because June 3, 2015 happened under his watch. And he said never again. Has he even followed through to ensure that the Justice Dossier Committee's report has been implemented? And if it were, we would not be here. And like I told you, we are just tired. I have come to this matter, I said upwards 10 years, upwards 20 years, over 16 years, sitting here on this seat. I'm tired, just tired. I don't believe anything that it's possible, that you guys can do anything.
Oh, Samson,
they don't want to.
Samson, I would have listened to my seniors here. And I think I would have little to say. I agree with most of the submissions that have been made. And then I would reserve a few minutes to address a few things, if you permit me. But before, let me address your question. I think that we shouldn't give up our hopes. You see, yes, it's true. It happened in 2016. I'm not too sure if you can give us the date, if you can help us with the date the committee finished its work. Because it happened in June, I think in 2016.
In June 2015.
And by 16, the report was ready.
It was ready. It was ready before you left off.
So, you know,
the report was very quick.
Yes, but he couldn't.
No white
have
paper
done
up to
much.
today.
You see, as much as I agree, I thought that Richard, at the latter part of his submission, tried to be honest. But he was very political in the beginning, very political. But I thought that as the
he was speaking to facts. What is political about the facts?
And he jumped some of the facts because, you see, you inherited the report for 8 years. You inherited that particular report. You didn't have any issues with it. He could have told us.
You have come back to that report for 18 months.
Yes, but they failed in 8 years. He jumped that one. 8 years, he didn't do anything about it. But you see, he then jumped and came to what President Mahama may have said or may not have said. Now, that's fair. President Mahama believes, and I don't know whether he or you did, that President Mahama, upon assumption of all, didn't wait for June. He went to, is it the Ramsia?
No, he was here.
He was here. Ramsia, yes. And then he gave some directives and all that. You know, it cannot be done. There is a problem. And Samson, you are a lawyer. Our land management system,
the land tenure
system, it's a major issue. I mean, you go, but I think that it is the permit regime that can cure it. Because for the land, most of the pieces of land, they do not belong to the state. So you have very little over how it gets to who. But beyond that, maybe the permit system, it's with the assemblies. We have all the laws. We don't need any federal law. We have all the regulations. I think it's all about enforcement. And we must enforce it. At this point, you see, anytime, last night before I slept, I saw the message that later in the night there will be another. I said, wow, Accra won't sleep again. Because you see, the moment you hear about rainfall, then there is a problem. We do not know the extent of damage today. Just about a few days it happened. I think it's about time. The regional minister I've heard has come out. I think you were trying to even play the audio that they are about moving, and this time is going to be ruthless. We pray that they do as planned. Because you see, we cannot afford for the negligence and selfishness of a few all get into the situation we find ourselves.
You know what? Start sacking the people. Forget about even the building the things, breaking the buildings yet. The people who sat down and watched these buildings come up and didn't take us, sack them first.
She said they won't sack them. They will transfer them to the northern region. The president says they are not going to transfer. They are sacking them.
Catch those people.
So let him finish.
Sack them for criminal negligence.
I agree with you, but a few minutes, Samson, what we've said with regards, please allow me. So I agree with you. That's it. But you see, what we've said with LGBTQ is this. Please permit me.
You are going back to LGBTQ.
I beg you. I want to use my time because I didn't really conclude. What we've said is that if the argument with the civil society organizations is that we don't need it, we cannot engage in it. That's what they have been saying. But as it is now, there is a politician, an MP, the minority, who are accusing us of watering down, which has been exposed today, that there is nothing like watering down. In fact, when you asked about the difference between hold yourself out and then he couldn't even, because they are not different. In fact, when you even come to some of the things, look, if you look at this one, clause 3.
It's not that they are not different. The latest one is better.
It's even better, far better, because it identifies it as a different view. But you see, when you even look at clause 3, they, in what they presented to Parliament, they talked about penetrate. We had to tighten it by adding simulate. Please allow me.
No. Samson, we are having a conversation. You are allowing this interjection.
He's saying
that it's not because, but you came to substitute somebody, but you are not given an opportunity.
He's using his time.
So you see, it's not fair.
He's finished speaking about flats.
So let's move on.
Within the time he has, he still has that time.
So do you allocate time to me?
Yes, I do. I don't tell you, but I do.
You didn't tell me. So it means that
I do.
Samson, let me proceed.
So I can come here with my own topic.
The length at which you spoke, he won't get that time. So don't disturb
But you mean I can
the length at which you spoke, he won't get that time. So please don't interrupt him again. I'm sorry. Don't interrupt him again. See,
we are concluding
as you can see the clock.
So we are not going to have
Why are you doing this? You came to substitute somebody. You were still given an opportunity. Why are you doing this?
No, Samson.
Why are you doing this?
For purposes of fairness,
you are for
a subject that I have a right to rebut.
You see, this is Newsfile.
We'll not have the chance.
He said he didn't exhaust his point, but you have. So allow him. Unfortunately, I wanted to come to Kofi Bentil.
I didn't conclude.
Oh, you want to come back? You want to come back?
You want
Samson, you see, this thing, Richard,
because that's the way we make this an organized discussion.
Yes. So if you allow it for him to destroy,
Samson, he would not always allow that. He came to substitute somebody. You didn't even have.
Guys, we are discussing.
Once you are at that, the
time is going. That's okay. That's fine. But the point is that you can't allow for an introduction in a conclusion of a matter where I don't have a right to rebut. And you allow him to say that. You allow him to say that.
So you see,
that is not proper. So you shouldn't allow this to happen on your program. You shouldn't allow this to happen. Because when we are closing a program on a different matter, you allow him to go and bring a matter that we have concluded on. If he doesn't conclude, he doesn't run the show.
The time is up.
This show is not for him. So where he decides what matter.
This has never happened.
What time?
So I'm going to say what I have to say about flat.
Samson.
Yes. Guys, what is flat? What do you have flat?
Since you don't have flat, I'm looking at the clock. The time is.
So you see, when you look at
Bernard, sorry. Look, Bernard, sorry, Kofi. Captain Kofi has less than 1 minute.
I know. Yes. Captain Kumsin, one of the board members of Mani, said something at a forum. To paraphrase him, he says that
the former UT guy.
Yes.
Okay.
He says that it's been proven more or less that we Africans, especially our leaders, are incapable of focusing on something important for the length of time it requires to solve it. And it comes to mind, we won't solve floods. More Ghanaians will die because our leaders are useless for the purpose.
Oh, no.
No one government can solve it. Right. It will take cross-administration thinking. It will take putting professionals on the beach to do the work. Everybody comes and tries to solve it in 2 years, 4 years. It will never happen. President Mama went to the Wager Ramsar site. And he saw the Ramsar site being, filled up. He complained about it, left and did nothing. Today, all that place flooded. The state itself, at that Wager Ramsar site, is poisoning the site with a landfill. They are pouring boiler there. They have sold the site, it's being filled. Ambrose was the only thing there because salt was compatible in that area.
They have sold
today, they have given it to a cement company that is driving against. I'm trying to explain to you that the state is the problem. It is not an individual thing. My last point. No amount of breaking down people's buildings will solve flood.
I'm telling you.
Because when you break selectively, after the whole place has been filled, you don't restore the land.
The path,
And clearly they are using that breaking down buildings one as a knee-jerk reaction to appease people. When has that solved the problem? This is a failure of leadership. I'm saying we won't solve it because our leaders are incapable.
Even the breaking down, the Accra Mayor, regional minister is doing it. Some party people are attacking her.
Yes. So, you don't have time, so I don't want to go into all those, but let me tell you something. In this country, we are broken down into districts. The law allows you to sue your district assembly. In fact, I'm about to sue my district assembly because somebody in my neighborhood has taken half a road and built a chop bar there. I won't name the assembly. I've gone to them many times. I will sue them. We now have to start learning to teach our people to take some of these actions. Of course, you will not always win.
It is the state that pays. The actors don't pay.
Our leaders have shown themselves incapable of doing this thing.
All right.
About the 7 was running AMA. He's free.
All right, gentlemen. Alfred Akufo-Addo.
The persons who do the thing, we must not just catch. That's what we should start. Put them inside.
Thank you.
Everybody knows about it.
All right, thank you very much. This has been Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And Bernard, I know you are very unhappy, and you have been saying consistently that I have not been fair to you. And I know how you guys will do this thing and turn it into politics. But you know what? When I sit here, it doesn't bother me.
sometimes we'll give you time. You talk until we stop you. You don't realize that you have been talking forever. My outfit is by Habil's Couture. You can call them 0200 84 1988. Bernard, hopefully next time when you come, we'll have sufficient time for you to speak. My guests have been...
Post-program discussion with him.
Look at you.
We began the show with Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, the Minister for Foreign Affairs. Ghana is evacuating its citizens, the next batch leaving South Africa today. Hopefully they get here safely. Reverend Tim Fojo joined us, Victoria Bright, Kofi Bentel, Senyo Hosi, James Kobna Bomfe, Bernard Bediakon Beidu, and Richard Ahyagba. Have a good afternoon. My name is Samson Ladia Yandini.
He's a key.
Cadbury Hot Chocolate. Crafted from cocoa, milk, and sugar. Creamy, chocolatey, frothy goodness, rich taste, so satisfying.
Cadbury goodness, the treats you deserve every day.
Hello there again, and thanks for joining us on Sages. We spent time with a sage last week in the field of diplomacy. But how about the area or field of education? Because that's also crucial to national development. There are lots of people who've contributed to the development of this country through nationwide education, improving our education sector, and making sure that it is fit for purpose in training the human resource of this country. So today we've decided to isolate one individual who's played quite a crucial role in that sphere of education. I'm talking about Tata Nkunu Achia. Tata, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
When I mentioned your name, in fact, upon seeing it for the very first time myself, I was torn between classifying you as someone who spent some time probably in the Volta region. Then I looked at the name Achia and I'm like, okay, is he Atachia, Pro Max? Or what exactly is happening? So that's an interesting name, by the way. Is it a blend of, a mix of cultural norms and that influence the name? But give us a sense of why the name Tata Nkunu Achia.
Perhaps I'm a good replica of what the Ghanaian should be. Tata Nkunu, Nkunu, not Nkunu, Nkunu
Achia.
And